A little bit better. Hey, we got two people in here. Who we got? Who we got? We got somebody. Yeah, pop off in the chat and say hey. In about 9 minutes here, we're gonna roll the 20-sided die to see what we get. We've got a Kershaw filter. We've got a Ganzo G745. We've got the Harbor Freight Gordon GK23. And we got nobody. Come on, guys. Oh, you are just scrolling through, aren't you? Looking for them Vertigo live streams. See how it is. I see how it is. Come on, somebody show up. Somebody. Aha! James Basaludo, what's up, man? All right, so what we got here is a 20-sided die is going to pick one of these guys, and we're going to destroy cardboard with it all night to see how the edge holds up. We have got ourselves a Kershaw filter. We have got ourselves a Ganzo in 440C, which is there to test out modern 440 versus the 1980 440 that we had. And got the Harbor Freight Gordon knife, I believe 8CR, which we've seen what 8CR does, so no surprises there. And we got the cjrb Tigris. We're going to get the tape off of this. Yeah, we're going to give it about 7 more minutes and hopefully a couple more people will show up before we roll. Basaldua, that's how that's pronounced. All right, so what have you guys been getting into today? I'm just trying to get the tape cleaned off of this from the last time it did Cardboard Slayer before we go in on it too hard. Yeah, at 5 o'clock on the dot, we're rolling this to see which knife we get. I'm just trying to get this one cleaned up before we start. And we're going to strop this thing a pretty good one too, because it's already done a Cardboard Slayer one time. Smaller one, but Cardboard Slayer. Do I get up and go get the denatured alcohol? Well, while we got people, we got one guy waiting apparently. Yeah, we're going to get the denatured alcohol. Where'd I leave it? Oh, there she blows. Maxilla, what's up, brother? What you been doing today? So I promise you, this is denatured alcohol. This should make it a lot easier to get the tape off of these knives. Yeah. Maxilla, what you been getting into today, brother? So once we do our roll, we've got a Kershaw filter, a Ganzo, the Harbor Freight Gordon knife, and the cjrb Tigris again. And we're going to see if the dice punish me for that Tigris. School, it is Thursday. It is Thursday. Yeah, I've got today and the next 3 days off of work. I took some time off just to decompress and get away from there for a little bit. So I'm making the most of it right now by doing the least possible all day long until now. Who else we got in here waiting around? I know we got 2 more people. But yeah, I want to see what the AR RPM 9 does, but I don't want to deal with the ergos on this thing. Like if you look, that's a hard corner. That's a hard corner. This edge is not broken down really well. The liner lock is kind of in an unfortunate spot, and this is also unbroken hard corners. What knives? So we've got the Kershaw filter right here, and I figured this would be a good target just to check out Kershaw's steel, and I thought it would be comfortable in the hand. So we're going with that. We've got a Ganzo in 440C, so we can compare modern 440 to that 440 on the 1980 buck knife. We got the Harbor Freight Gordon knife, which if we get this one, we're going to strop it first because it's already done a smaller cardboard slayer. It's still sharp though. And cjrb Tigris, which this is the one I don't want to use because it's going to hurt a lot all night. No, you're good, man. You're good. I like how hard it is to type on phone screens, especially when you got big hands. Like, these are big old gorilla hands. They're extra large, so, like, you can fat finger everything you want. And I've got periods where I've got to, like, back up and retype a word, like, 9 times in a row because it's always the same wrong buttons every single time. Like, you try to spell knives and you get, you know, like, GNORFS or something like that. And it drives me nuts. Like, there are times where if I could just punch all the way through the phone with my thumb, it would have happened. All right, we got a few more people sitting in chat. Who else here? Pop in and say hey. We're a hair less than 2 minutes away from the D20 picking the knife. So let's see if it rolls high again and gets me stuck with the knife I don't want. I don't want to run that, but I do want to find out how well the AR RPM 9 holds up. Like, this thing was uncomfortable to carry. The ergos weren't great. It just looks good. And it's a pocket cleaver, which is one of my first loves in knife. And we got 1 minute left. 1 minute till we roll. I do want to see the 15. Like, I figure this one's going to be pretty comfortable. This one should be pretty comfortable. This one should be really comfortable, but we're probably going to have to pop this pocket clip off. It's tip down, and I hate tip down, but we all live in sin, don't we? Yeah, we got 1 more minute. It's 4:59. We're going to roll at 5. So we are right about to get things started. Like, we're right there. Like I announced the live stream happening at 5. I just started a few minutes early, so we're gonna get this on the road in just a second here. We're just waiting on it. It's 5 o'clock. Let's roll. 18. Son of a dick! All right, so the last 4 of these we've done. 1 time I got a knife I wanted to use. Every other time it's been the one over here that I just knew was gonna hurt for the entire night. 3 out of 4. Yes, sir, it is indeed 5 o'clock. All right, well, this is what we're doing now. Son of a dick. Things I do for you guys. Now, we do need to strop this one up. It's been carried and used a reasonable amount. So we'll spend like a minute and a half on that and get to cutting. where'd that paper towel I had go? Bingo. I know, right, dude? I swear to God, whoever thought of this needs to be punished. Like, whoever thought of this, they need to suffer. Whoever decided that the D20 picks the knife needs to suffer. All right, we're almost there. We're almost taking our first cuts. I'm expecting pretty decent cutting power from this, but I've been mistaken a few times now. All right, let's get a baseline of how sharp this edge is real quick. And it's go time. Oh my God, that is sharp now. Holy. Oh. One more cut. One more cut. Yeah, so this is gonna suck, but at least it's sharp going into it. And I need some room. There we go. All right, let's get our first chunk cut. Oh my God. Well, say what you will, R.K. Williams, this is the cjrb Tigris. The blade is awesome, but the ergos are garbage. If you're doing light duty stuff with it, you're fine. But you got a pretty sharp corner here, a sharp corner here. This edge is not broken down worth the crap. Like, this is going to hurt. If this does not hurt all night, I'm going to crap your pants. I cannot believe how sharp this is off of the strop. My God. Like, that's pretty much no pressure right there at all. You know what? The way I'm holding it right now, my hand is not on top of the rough spots. Fook, I rolled at like an 18 or something, and I got the cjrb Tigris. I didn't want to use the cjrb because it looks like the ergos are going to get painful fast, but that's what the D20 picked. So we're going to party with this one. And I ran it on the strop, and it's incredibly sharp off of that strop. The die knows all except for ergonomics. Like, why is it when I'm playing D&D, my cursed number is 2? When I'm not playing D&D, all I get's high rolls. You know, I wouldn't have thought 3 of the last 4 would be the knives I don't want. I would have thought maybe I'd get 1. A little bit of comedic value. I can complain about it. I can roast the knife and y'all can enjoy it. Although I will say, with the arguments about the knife, putting this 20-sided die lanyard bead on here was a great idea. This thing looks cool. All right, let's try the sideways cut. I don't like doing this. Oh my God, that is no pressure whatsoever on that. Jesus. Let me get this out the way. You know what, guys? I may be able to skate on the ergonomics. This may do better than I thought. Just my grip is in a different spot. It's not on top of the spots I'm worried about. I just don't carry this because there's so many spots that rub and dig when it's in the waistband and create so many hot spots. But sweet baby Jesus, this thing is cutting. Holy. You know, I take back the bad things I said, or if this does as good as it feels like it's doing right now, by the end of the night, I'll take back the bad things I said. A million times better than the ST-155. I'm going to tell you that right now. That is still such a shame about the ST-155 too. Like, I wanted that to be good so bad. cjrb. Now, and I am thinking about throwing the Mora. I think this is the robust carbon. It is carbon. I think it's the robust. But I'm thinking about throwing this in the mix too, just because it seems like it'll be a good cardboard slayer, and I know their steel is known to be good at a lot of things. God, the cut on this is so nice. Jesus Christ. And the multi-grain Cheerios know what they did. Like, yeah, Punisher was cracking, man. I didn't say hey. Yeah, I mean, it's just, honestly, the ST-155 would need, like, pretty much a complete overhaul, and it just wouldn't be the same thing anymore. But, speaking of, like, pocket cleavers and stuff, I did order my, I wouldn't expect Tivian to go back to an old design, but I did order my first O-knife, the GAR, the GUAR. If you want to go take a look at that real quick, that may be one of the best pocket cleavers I've gotten. If it works as good as it looks like it's gonna work, the Proponent and the Sheepdog have definitely got a new competitor in the ring. Yeah, it's doing a really good job cutting the cardboard right now. Like I said, when I pulled it off of the strop, it was insanely sharp. We've got a flat, like a really, really, really shallow hollow grind here. I mean, it's just barely a hollow. So I think we're getting very minimal points of contact on the cardboard past the edge. I did catch the serial killer joke. I was just in the middle of a tangent when I saw it, guys. I didn't say hey to Midnight either. But yeah, this thing's doing a good job cutting so far, but I'm already starting to feel stuff dig in. The pocket clip is not happy with me right now. I think this is going to start hurting after a little while. I know, like, that's what we're doing today. We're being rude. We're being rude today. I am curious to see how long it takes to dull out, because I know you guys have asked for the AR-RPM9 before, and we haven't gotten to it. So, I said I'm excited about the AR-RPM9, not excited about the Ergos, which they're starting to show their first problems now. But, for the Ergo, and again, if you're in a light use environment and you're not carrying it all weird like I do, I don't think you'd really see a massive problem with this. That sideways cut's so much better than the last one. All right, Fook, let us know how you did. Brother, I'm doing pretty good. I took a 4-day break from work starting today, so I sat and did exactly nothing. About the most exciting part of my day was jumping online to run some Fortnite with my kid. Which, like, I've been trying for the longest time to find a game we could both get into. And, you know, I played Fortnite quite a bit before they started playing. But now that they're playing, we can actually do something online, because they stay with their mom about an hour away from here. So going to retrieve them and come back is a bit of a trek. especially if I've been like closing all week and I'm not awake until like 1:30 or 2 in the afternoon. Oh, dude, you scared me for a minute. Scared me for a minute, Fook. Oh, dude, 2. That is awesome. Let's see. I do wish Sativium would do better naming their knives and just giving them numbers. That would make them easier to remember and identify. That's kind of like Schrade. Is Schrade, I think they just throw a handful of alphabet soup at the wall and see what sticks. So it's like SCH, ACAB, ACBB, ACDCB, which is how you pass every Scantron test. Oh, nice. Yeah, I keep trying to see if somebody wants to throw down on some Rocket League too, but like all my friends on PSN are from my Destiny 2 days. All the Rocket League friends I have left are from a Discord that's no longer really active, so I don't run into them very often anymore. And of course, everybody's busy with their lives. Well, you shouldn't have gone back and looked. You should have let it be a surprise whenever the box got there, is what you should have done. Oh, this last cut always sucks. Eh. Let's see if the ST-139 is on my list. Oh, okay. I've looked at that one, the ST-139. I didn't wind up grabbing it. It's the shape doesn't like the shape of the handle doesn't speak to me that much, but it looks like it could be a lot better than I see it at first glance. All right, next up. We're still punishing the multigrain Cheerios. They punish the butt, I punish their cardboard. Yeah, I don't think I saw anything about Neves giving anything away, but I don't know if I'm subscribed to Neves or not. Yeah, it's starting to get uncomfortable. I still never went and spent more time with watching bees and giving them much of a shot. Oh, geez, that's a pretty big giveaway. This is doing a phenomenal job cutting against the grain. Holy. Let's do this one sideways. That's what she said. Yeah, I can't imagine doing that many knives on a single giveaway would be terribly high-end stuff or too much high-end stuff, you know, like one high-ender and a bunch of mid-range. Okay, so that's a doable cut, but it's not the most comfortable. It's not as much the ergos are rubbing, it's just it's got corners like poking into all the bones in my hand at weird places. The clip isn't the issue. Like, it kind of rubbed a little bit at the beginning there, but the clip's not rubbing. If I would have gotten the Kershaw filter, that's tipped down, that clip definitely would have gone away. However, I do wonder how long it'll be before I have to bust out my secret weapon. But someone needs to pick alien, scuba guy, mummy, or knight. The scales? Shit, I almost wish I could. All right, mummy takes it. Will we get the song first try? Come on, where's the song? Really? Wow, no song yet? That took way too many tries. That took way too many tries. Yeah, I think we just lost 4 viewers. It's like Rich shared the live stream on his channel, and he got 1 comment, and dude's like, "No, I'm not wrapping the handle and straps." But like 1 dude commented on Rich sharing the live stream on his channel. He's just like, "That hurt my brain," and I want to know what part he came in on. Like, I need to know what part he came in on. Like, if he rolled in on one of the scheduled farts, I can't imagine what he was thinking on that one. You know, I believe the rumors are true that there is a place in France. Although, as many years as it's been, the place may have franchised. They may have franchised out. I'll tell you what, I can't wait to go in on Betty Crocker's Tough Box. We do have another one of those sitting right here staring me in the face, like I actually want to try to cut it up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard to franchise a hole in the wall. Like, that ambiance has to be earned. You can't buy it. You know, it's just like when you go to a restaurant and you see all the goofy crap on the walls. You can tell exactly which ones ordered it all from a catalog from corporate. You can always tell. Cracker Barrel's one of those. Like, Cracker Barrel gets a pass. All right, all the goofy crap on the walls, they ordered it from a catalog from corporate. That's what they had to put up there. You know, but normally one of my rules for I'm not oh, okay. But yeah, one of my rules for restaurateuring is the more goofy crap you have on the walls, the better it usually is. But that goofy crap has to have been added a little at a time. It can't be something that you just bought from corporate and slapped up there. It's not the hardest rule, but it's a good rule of thumb. Come on. Yeah, I had to process that one for a second. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know whether that one started crossing a line or not. I don't know how to call that one. We probably need to steer away from stuff like that before something happens. Yeah, just like the rest of them, the cuts up here at the tip are sublime, and then they start getting tougher the farther back you go in the blade. And of course, I'm trying to use the whole edge here. gotta tell you what's heartbreaking. There was a Burger King like right next to the house that was never too busy, so you could always get through the line in no time flat. That thing closed down a while back, and I missed that particular location. It was good, and nothing has popped up to replace it yet. Well, we're not going to strop until the edge is pretty wrecked, which this is probably going to be pushing the 4-hour mark before we do strop it. So, like, yeah, it's not going to need a strop for a long time. That whole cardboard destroys the edge of your knife thing is not true. 8CR13 has gone 4 hours without being stropped. The AR-RPM9, I'm expecting good things from. The D2 on the Gen knife, at 4 hours, that had the same amount of wear as an 8CR blade, or at least the ones we tested at about the 2.5-hour mark. So this, I'm expecting good things from. That AR-RPM9 is supposed to be good stuff. We'll see. I don't have a get out of jail free card, but I do own a Wii U, so I should be all right. And I do hold lordship over 1 square foot of land in Scotland too, so just know that. People like me better watch out from now on. Ah, it fell. It always surprises me. Me with knives, what is up? We rolled high on the dice, so we got the cjrb Tigris, which I didn't want because of the ergos. The ergos aren't as bad as I thought they were going into it, but it's still fairly uncomfortable. Again, if you're going to design a knife and release it for mass manufacture and sale to the public, do this with it before you send it out the door. Before you finalize the design, do this with it. It's AR-RPM9, yes sir. That's why it's here. Like, you guys asked for AR-RPM9, and we finally got this one. This has got the AR-RPM9, and I don't mind putting it through this. I will say this thing wedges into the longer cuts. Like, if I pulled back out of that, it would have folded the whole sheet of cardboard in half. All right, that is one multi-grain Cheerios box done and dusted. Yeah, cjrb has their proprietary AR-RPM9 blend. I have no idea what this box is from. What box did I steal from work? Greenwise old-fashioned grits. That's what we're cutting up now. All right, me with knives. Oh no, the knife did not give way, sir. Like I said, we're looking at easily 4 hours before we got to strop it. She is still cutting fine. It's just like there are different cuts in the cardboard where the blade behaves differently. Really long cuts through tall sheets. Like all knives tend to hang up, especially back here where the flat gets bigger or you have more material in the way. So there's nothing out of the ordinary about this at all. Oh, nice. But yeah. Yeah, the knife did not give way, sir. At all. We've got some hours in front of us before the edge really wears out. And even then, I think it's still going to do that cut a little bit loud, and we just strop it up because we want to. Yeah, I got one SOG multi-tool. It's really small that I would be carrying if I had a use for it in daily life at work. It's a nice enough multi-tool, and the knife blade actually is assisted open and locks, which is really cool on a multi-tool. But that's also one you absolutely cannot carry in the waistband. Like, there's about 1 million hot spots, and you regret many things by the end of your day. And I thought I was going to be shilling for Make-A-Wish, Georgia, but my guy never got back to me with the link for it or when he's officially starting it, so I guess I'm not going to wind up shilling for it. Yeah, I don't know which SOG multi-tool I have. I'm going to take a look at that real quick once I finish this piece off. And let you look it up if you so desire. Because I know it showed up in the State of the Collection video. All right. Let me take a look at what I got here. It's not showing up on the Amazon list or the Amazon history, so I may have bought it from somewhere else and now have no idea what she is. Yeah, at all. Oh, and I do got more batteries for the other 4 fart guys. We got Death, we got a Robot, we got a Ninja, and there's one other. I don't remember which one it is now, but the batteries are supposed to arrive this evening at some point, probably once this is closed down. I still need to make a tomahawk. I haven't done that yet. Gotcha, Midnight. No, like, if it was me designing these things, I'd have, like, one normal human guy in the group. Just random dude. Like, dress business casual with a briefcase. Like, he would say, I work at business. Yeah, no backstory. Just, I work at business. That's all you need. I keep dropping stuff, guys. Yeah, when the cardboard folds up like that, you're not gonna have a good time. Pins and Pin Blades, what is up, my dude? Hey, if you haven't seen it, I did a video with a bunch of the pins that I made on it. I don't always EDC pins, but when I do video. Yeah, I can see the build your own multi-tool. The only problem with that is they'd all have to be basically hand assembled, and your wait time would turn out to be forever if they were good, and that cost would be a little exorbitant. Just a little. Let's see, how do I want to deal with this? So this one was already folded right here. Those cuts aren't going to be fun. Well, I'm sure we will have forgotten about it by the time it becomes relevant, but I'd like to know what the turnaround time of ordering a customized multi-tool is. So yeah, let me order one with 7 different folding knife blades. Like, let's get the plain edge, let's get the serrated, let's get the plain edge, let's get another plain edge on there. Like, it's all plain edge knives inside the pliers. Sammy Nordyke, what's up, man? We are using the cjrb Tigris with AR RPM 9 steel. This is what the die picked. I wasn't happy about it, but here we are. The ergos are a little better than I thought they were, but it's still starting to hurt. He was like, yeah, that's it. Just build it with nothing but plain edge blades. All plain edge drop point folding knife blades. That's how you handle that. I cannot tell you how much of a pain in the ass it is to cut the cardboard when it's got a fold line like this along the grain. We're going to turn this sideways and just do this. This cardboard does not like being cut in that direction. Jesus. So are you asking if this is any good or if the Roxxon multi-tool is any good? You gotta be pretty obtuse with the questions, because no one knows exactly what that's gonna be. Yeah, the only reason I had that O knife coming in is I had points on Amazon. which if you weren't here for that, I ordered the O-Knife GAR, G-A-U-R, if you want to look that up. You will see exactly why I bought it as soon as you do. I promise. Oh, one thing that's pissing me off. I went in to get the Civivi Elementum with the clear Lexan scales. Yeah, you can't buy that anymore. At least not without going to secondary market. I am so unhappy about that fact. I believe the Tigris comes in like a navy blue instead of the white. Blade shape, no. Blade steel, no. Just different colorway on the scales. Unless they've added some variants when, now that I have one, I haven't looked at it in forever. And I looked at the other colorway and I was like, you know what? I want the white. That looks a little bit cooler. And of course, the 20-sided die lanyard bead that matches it is so wheat. John Doe, what's up, brother? Oh man, this is double layer cardboard down here. It don't like that one bit. Yeah, like, I just wanted one because, like, as soon as I saw Ultim, as soon as I saw the P plastic, I knew I wanted it in clear and not P plastic. And they delivered on it, but when I couldn't afford it. I'm hoping they release more, but I kind of don't expect it at this point. Eh. Cut, damn you. So yeah, that's... It would probably cost more than it's worth, because I mean, the clear Lexan Elementum was like 50 bucks. That's all it was. I didn't have the money for it. And then when I had enough Amazon credit to knock the price down to where I could manage it, of course, they gone. Like, they're out at like Blade HQ, Knife Center, like nobody has them anymore. So I don't know if they just went out of their way to discontinue them or what, but they gone. So this would not be better with a thicker blade. This would be better with thinner blade stock. This is already really thin blade stock. The thing I ran into, let's see if I can find some, is the bottom of that piece of cardboard. It wound up with 2 layers glued together. So I was cutting through 2 layers of cardboard that's already kind of tough to cut, and the glue, and everything else like that. So these double layers are hard to cut. That's the thing, like we've done this so damn much now that like I know exactly what to expect out of each part of the box. You know, this is just edge retention. Like we know how it's going to cut, we know where it's going to cut, we know what it's going to cut. It's just down to edge retention. Hey, don't tell me Betty Crocker's tough ass box is going to be easy today. That cut was too easy. I don't trust it. Yeah. Lady, your box is tough. I don't want it to be a limited run. I'd like it to be just they sold out and they got to make more. That's what I'm hoping for. Okay, so Betty Crocker's tough ass boxes. Nope, there it is. At the thin part of the blade right here, where there's less material, it's an easy cut. Get back here, nope. It's still a little bit easier than everything else has been cutting it, though. I'll give it that. The steel that you're using on those thin blades and the angle of your grind when sharpening is probably going to be your deciding factor on how quick it dulls out. The adhesive isn't doing it. It's just you get into the thicker material right here and it hangs up. And we've seen it every live stream these have been on. These boxes are tough to cut up to begin with. So, like, the adhesive has no effect on this. The only effect it has is doing the push cut on copy paper. You know, that drag cut that shows off how sharp the edge is, like, it'll have an effect there. So this is still a little better cut than we've been getting on other knives, and oh dear God, something I forgot to account for. The gap right here between these liners, that is starting to bite hard. Like, I'm gonna end up with calluses in like the weirdest part of my hands. Like, I've got one callus here that is just permanent. For the rest of my life, that is a callus from where the wedding band rubs up against it when I close my hand. Oh no, like, that's kind of how I'm starting. I'll come in and dive the tip of the blade a little bit. And what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to push the edge, the entire edge through the cardboard, because this is edge retention. You know, that's what we're looking at, is edge retention. And so I got to try to use the whole edge on every cut. That doesn't always happen. Joseph Garcia, what's up? This is the cjrb Tigris, AR RPM 9 steel. So it's a steel that y'all have been asking for. And it's a knife that I didn't want to use because the ergos are all jacked up. So everybody wins. But yeah, I mean, Samuel, the whole point behind this is we're looking at edge retention, but it's also so I can hang out with you guys that are in the chat. Like, that's the other part of this. I love hanging out with you guys. We always get up on some of the best topics to talk about. You know, we get there. Bro, Punisher, trust me, my first marriage was maybe the second worst experience of my life. And we hit a point for a couple of years there where I kept trying to figure out how I could get away with sleeping in the shop at work and not going home. But that's enough of that mess. Yeah, this is still a lot easier to cut with this thing than other knives have been on these Bisquick boxes. Oh yeah, like, you know, when we get into knives, I start finding stuff that doesn't exist. And if you guys bought that titanium knife for $9.99 that we thought we discovered on the last live stream, I am so sorry. That listing was a mess. In some places it said titanium, in some places it said titanium with a steel coating, which made no sense. Oh yeah, no, my hand's definitely gonna lose. Yeah, when it got here, it's steel, and I think the scales or the steel frame may be the titanium coating. What the hell is it, like Camillus likes to use? The bonded titanium on the blade. Oh no, it's okay. Well, no, like, just the answer is this particular type of cardboard right here is tough to cut. Like, not all cardboard's created equal. This right here is really, really stiff. It's really, really solid. It does not like being cut one bit. You know, it's got to stand up to a lot of handling. And if the corner of this box gives out or something like that, and, you know, product starts getting crushed in here, you got a huge mess on your hands. You know, it's boxes of Bisquick. One of those boxes busts open, you're going to be trailing powder all over the place. Yeah, well, like Camillus will use a bonded titanium on the blades. It doesn't look like it's really a coating of any kind. You just see a little bit of a matte finish. So I'm going to assume that's what they did there. And that's just making an assumption and being a little bit generous. Now, the knife itself, it feels okay for 10 bucks. I don't think it's going to kill the Harbor Freight Gordon knife by any stretch of the imagination. But it still should be a good value at 10 bucks. I haven't used any Gerber yet. I need to look around and see if I have any Gerber knives that are plain edge. This doesn't work with serrations. This kind of cut test does not work with serrations. And the Gerber knives I can think of that I have. Oh, no. So I do have a Gerber in the mix. I've got the Gerber Paraframe in the mix. So at some point, the 20-sided die will pick it. It was up for grabs in the last live stream, but I rolled a different number. I forget which knife we used now. What the hell knife did we use on the last one? I do not remember. All right. Well. Oh, it was the Boker Kalashnikov. That's what it was. Yeah, I've got a few Gerbers. Like, I got some Paraframes. I got a Gerber Easy Out. I don't remember the other ones that I have at the moment. It's just that's one. I've got a Gerber Quadrant that is waiting to get carried for a week to review it, and then that one's going in the box for live streams. Yeah, no, Bisquick is better than a lot of other stuff. Yeah, I mean, for its time, the Paraframe was okay. It's been outclassed by everything available now, but I mean, for the time, it was an okay budget beater. Like, I don't have a problem with it. God, I hate stuff getting stolen that you end up not being able to replace for a long time. I've had so much of that shit because I grew up in a bad neighborhood. The gas station at the end of my road sold steel wool. If that tells you anything. If you're thinking about buying a house, go to the nearest gas station. And if the nearest gas station sells a bunch of steel wool, get out. Do not buy the house there. All right, Punisher, see you in a little bit, man. So yeah, I do have a Gerber that's going to get thrown in here. Now, that being said, the Gerber Paraframe, they also won't tell you what the steel is. So no one knows for certain. I've gone online and dug around and looked. And, like, there's just some Reddit posts guessing at what the steel might be. But no real idea. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing that O knife come in. And if my buddy would show back in that was here on the last live stream, he's got an O knife he wants to hook me up with to test. And yeah, Gerber Mystery Steel. Pins and Pin Blades, thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate it, man. Enjoy the rest of your evening. But he's got an O knife that he said he wants to give me for testing purposes. So carry it, review it, cardboard spare it. And I am happy to do that. Oh, no, Fook, you're good, man. You're not missing much. We're just talking about knives and crap. But I kind of hope he's not trying to hook me up with the Guar now that I just bought one. But I've got a feeling since I just bought one, that's what it's going to be. No. We're talking about O knife, not O light. I can't really get into the flashlight thing. Like, there's no use that I have for it whatsoever. Like, I can't dedicate pocket space to something that I don't need to use. You know, if I desperately need a light of some sort, I've got a phone. It's got a flashlight. It'll do enough. If I need a bigger light, then I've got, right? We're just going to push this flashlight through cardboard. This flashlight's not very sharp, guys. That's how it's going to go. Yeah, I don't know what O-knife it is. He just says he got one to hook me up with, along with some stuff from Battle Box that he says is pretty trash, and I believe him. You know, the mystery box for knives, like I saw that when they first started doing it, and I was like, hey, pretty cool. Wait a minute. I've already been through this with Loot Crate. It's going to be stuff that costs way less than the price of the box. And it's only going to be there for people that like knives but aren't into them and know better. I don't have a P.O. box. The guy that's hooking me up with the O-knife and stuff, I see him in person. We ride out to Blade Show every year together. So, like, I don't have a P.O. box set up right now. And, you know, this is a little different. Like, I don't like people just sending me knives to be sending them, especially because that's going to pile up to the point where, like, if you send me something, you know, it may take me a year to get to it. Like, I am still working through the handful of knives I bought during Temu-geddon that didn't get to get carried because I had to carry the Temu knives. Like at some point later on down the road, sir, my phone is not $1,200. And I have it in a carrying case. And again, my environment is very lightweight. If I drop my phone at work, it doesn't get hurt. You know, it's the only thing I need a flashlight for is in case a freezer door gets shut when the light's off so I can see the handle. And occasionally to look in some weird crevice for like something that fell or something like that. But I literally never need a flashlight at work. Yeah, I don't have a way for people to send me stuff without doxing myself. So, like, one, I'm not comfortable with it yet. And two, I don't need to dox myself for it. Whew! That cardboard is not fun, and this is really starting to hurt from where this right here is rubbing. That's the thing. I can't wear a hat at work either. Like there's no good place for me to carry one, so I can't sacrifice a room for something that I'm not going to use. You know, I've got, or at least I should still have, a headband mounted light that runs on a I got a headband mounted light that should be in the truck that runs off AAA's that'll run forever off them. If I need to take one out of my house, I got a headband light that runs off 18650s. That thing's brighter than the high beams on your car. You can see for ages with that thing. Yeah, it's... So did we look up the O-knife Sentry? Keychain. I don't have extra room in my pockets to add stuff to my keychain, dude. Like, it's that little, I have that little space to work with. And again, like I've got a light on me, you know. If I need an emergency light, if my truck breaks down or something like that, I got a headband light because I'd rather be hands-free with that and have both hands open than be holding a flashlight in one. You talking about the O-knife Sentry that looks ugh, or this thing? As I said, this is just some very difficult cardboard to cut with every knife we've thrown at it so far. Oh yeah. No, the ergos suck. It looks cool, but the ergos suck. You know, now it looks cool, but the ergos suck. This thing right here has a beat by a mile. Like, I think the thing looks cool as hell, but the ergos are some of the worst I've ever had on a knife, like, by a lot. And for something this new, and for something I spent this much money on, that is bad. Yeah, no, the feel of the handle is a big deal. That being said, when you buy knives on Amazon, you can't really hold them and see what the ergos are actually like before you buy them. And of course, a lot of the stuff I bought, I wasn't thinking in terms of it's going to see some heavy cutting, so, you know, let's go ahead and prepare for that. It's going to carry and get light use, you know. Okay, so it's been an hour of cutting. Let's see what kind of edge where we got. Now, if you haven't been here before for this, normally after an hour we've knocked the finer part of the apex off and the cut starts getting loud and a little bit slower. Guys, I feel a little tiny bit of edge wear, and I mean the tiniest bit right around here. But other than that, significantly less wear than yeah, this is still sharp as fuck. This is sharp as fuck. I'm just struggling with this cut. This is the cjrb Tigris, Tigris. And so it looks like Amazon tried to call me from Seattle just now. I don't believe... hang on a second. Let me get this. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, can you guys hear me now? No, it's not a vibrating knife, but what was it? This old Tony, I think, tried to build one at one point, an ultrasonic cutter. It's not the flashlight police calling. Amazon was calling to see if I was okay with a partially torn open package, which that package is all the batteries I need to get the other 4 of these guys up and running again. We got the alien this time. Yeah, we got the alien this time. But yeah, hopefully you guys should be able to hear me again. Should. I'm gonna get some water before we start cutting again. I did not get my car warranty extended. What are we trying to get rid of dirt from? That's the question. Like, what are we talking about with getting rid of dirt? Like, that could be a big old pile of dirt you need to go away in your yard. Okay, so do you have dirt caught up in your pivot or just the whole thing in general? I mean, honestly, if you got the whole knife is dirty and you can take it apart, your best bet is to take it apart, get like a toothbrush or something and some denatured alcohol. So the blade's anodized. So if it's anodized, like you can get dirt off of it with like denatured alcohol easy enough. You kind of have to work to find a solvent that could eat through something like that. But yeah, I'd recommend denatured alcohol on like a paper towel or something like that, and just, you know, take your time with it. Don't go crazy. Now, something you can do that guys may not know about, if you've got a pivot that's really dirty and gummed up on a knife you can't take apart, you can take some any pivot lube that you want and drip it down into the action, and then open it and close it, and keep opening and closing it until you hit the point that the lubricant that comes out of the joint comes out clear, and you can get things moving right again. It takes a few minutes, but if you can't take the knife apart, that's your only option. I've had to do that. Try denatured alcohol. Where the vinegar dried might have left specks. If you got little specks in the finish, there's not much you can do about that. But I would go with denatured alcohol or an alcohol wipe and see if that gets it. It's like if it's residue from the vinegar, then the alcohol will definitely get rid of it. No problem. Oh, guys, you know I spoil you, right? You guys know I spoil you. You guys asked, and I delivered. I don't have an ultrasonic cleaner, so I don't know what to tell you about that. But we got them, boys. Which actually, these hander pants may save our asses tonight, because this is actually covering up the areas where the ergos are biting me. All right, these things, the collar right here is designed for a much smaller hand, so they are hard to put on. Yes, it is hander pants time, gentlemen. I swear to God, like, random people are going to drop by and see this mess and just be like, what the hell is this, and leave. Oh my God, that is so much more comfortable now. Yeah, we are seeing so little edge wear on this thing. That is impressive. Oh God, you've got to hear the Diabetes remix of that song, Can't Touch Diabetes. It is hilarious. Let's see, that depends on a lot of different things. Like, a lot of knives have, yeah, no, it should work for knives really well. You just got to relubricate everything. But a lot of knives that aren't, like, if your knife is pinned and you can't move it, or you don't have somewhere to move it, you're kind of screwed. But most of your pivots are going to be a Torx T8 driver, and you just get in here with your Torx and back it off like you would a normal screw. That's all you got to do on most of those. But yeah, the guys in the comments can probably articulate what you're talking about a little better. But yeah, that's what you got to do on just about all of them. Yeah, take a look at the knife real quick and look at your pivot and see if you have something like this where you could put a driver in it. Like it should be a T8 screw. Yeah, I think he means loosening the pivot. I said If you don't have a spot for a driver there or something like that, like, someone take a look at that knife real quick for me and see if you can see whether or not there's a spot for a driver on that pivot pin, if you would be so kind. If the knife is riveted together at the pivot, there also is a solution for that. It's like my Schrade old timer beast. The pivot is riveted. It's not screwed down. So when you need to loosen the pivot up, you got your work cut out for you. Yeah, invest in Torx bits and pray to God they didn't Loctite it shut. Yeah, so yeah, your T8 pivot, all you need is a T8 Torx bit and just loosen it up. And I mean, loosen it up in the tiniest increments you can think of, like incredibly tiny movement. It doesn't take much loosening one of these up to develop a lot of blade rattle, and you got to tighten it back down. And some knives, it does not want to be loosened at all without a lot of blade rattle. Yeah, so that's all you got to do is get a T8 driver and loosen it like any other screw. And guys, I was planning on shilling for Make-A-Wish, Georgia by now, but my boy ain't got back to me with a link on that. I don't know if he's actually started it yet or not. Like I said, it's real simple. T8 Torx bit. Put it in the spot where the T8 Torx bit goes. Loosen it, just like a screw. That's all you got to do, man. Stupid easy. Like, that's it. Put it in here, loosen it. That's all you got to do. Like, have you ever loosened a screw on anything? That's exactly what you do. Yeah, like, you kind of got to ask them specifically to show you. It's kind of like going to a vape shop and you don't know how to build coils. Unless you ask them how or ask them to show you, they assume you already know. However, it does look like you're in luck and you can take the thing apart. Guys, I was wrong. The hander pants are providing minimal protection, if anything, now. So the question here is, will the hander pants survive this experience? Oh yeah, they've walked back down off of the callus that's forming right here from this gap in the back of these knives. Yeah, don't take it all the way apart then. I need to contact the guys at Gen and see if they'll make a kit for an assisted opener. That way I can learn how to work on those. Yeah, I think loosening up the pivot screw on that is a lot simpler than you're making it out to be in your head. Oh, God. Sir, it is a precise V5, but you're entitled to your wrong-ass opinion. The precise V5 has been the king since the 1990s. Actually, there was one time I had a precise V5 and the tip dried up. And something that my mom always did back in the day when a pin tip dried up was she'd just take her cigarette lighter and heat the end up a little bit. And 99% of the time it worked. So I was doing that with this precise V5. And it stayed dried out. It wouldn't start working normally again. Sir, you are so far from the truth. Come back to the light, my child. But I'm heating the tip up on that, trying to get it to start writing again, and it heated up and shot the little ball in the ballpoint across the room. Like, the ink inside was still dried up too, so it wasn't ever going to write again to begin with, but that was weird. This one's not going to be fun to cut up either. We are going in on Mueller's pasta. They know what they did. They know what they did. You know, I could be wrong. This could be a little bit of an easier cut than I thought. Bro, have you looked at the refill? Because, like, that may be a cross-style refill. It probably is. And then you just buy packs and packs of them on Amazon. You've got cross-style refills, and what the hell's the other one? There's a different style refill that most of my other pen kits use, and I can't remember what the hell it is now. Yeah, the only problem I have with my precise V5s is I forgot that I had them in my pocket, so they went through the washer and dryer. They stayed closed, but the second I opened them up, whoo boy, I had a mess on my hands. Oh no, I build my own to suit me when I want to. So, Fook, something you don't know about me, unless you saw the video, but when I was working outside spraying yards for a living, we had to write invoices manually at every stop. And my grip strength got so out of control while I was doing that, that those big pens would just fold in half, usually within the first hour of getting a new one. Like, the precise V5s were bad about that. Everything that you could buy from the store was bad about that. Either it split apart at the threads or it folded in half on me. Which is part of why I made some for myself that can't do that. So a drop shut knife, you're looking at your knife, the one you're talking about, probably doesn't have it, but 9 times out of 10 you want a knife on bearings, or it has to have a really heavy blade, lubricated, and the pivot backed out just enough. There's a lot of steps to that, and the knife you're talking about, I believe it's a very inexpensive one. So there's a really good chance it's on washers, because putting washers in there is way cheaper than putting bearings in there. So, question for the audience while we're all here. Oh yeah, assisted opener, you can't do it. Not at all. My brain isn't even processing things right now. But do you guys want to see the other 4 of these guys get brought back to life while we're on the stream, or you want to just wait till the next one? It'll eat up a few minutes, but we can get those back to life. The batteries are up there on my porch now. So if you can back the pivot screw up a little bit and not have a ton of blade rattle, you can set it up to drop shut. All right, so Fook's on board with it. What about everybody else? All right, that's 2 votes of confidence. So let me go grab the things real quick. I'll be right back. We're going to bring it back to life. That's what we'll do. Give my hand a break.
Front door.
Okay, so we're about to have a bigger pool to select from. Where the hell my small screwdrivers go? They're over here. Bear with me, gentlemen. All right, we're in business. All right. So when I say I got some batteries, I got some batteries. Let's see, do I got a small enough driver? All right, that's 2 dead batteries gone. Let's get 2 new ones out. All right, let's see. Is this the right way to face him? Yeah. Perfect. All right, so this guy's back up and running again. here's the thing. If you back up the pivot screw a little bit and you don't like it, you can just tighten it back up. That's all you do. All right, let's get this guy done. So this guy right here, when the battery started dying, like I pressed it and it just would not stop making noise. So I wound up having to take the batteries out to shut it the hell up. He's going facing a different way. Oh, I forgot. These things have an earthquaker thing because there was like a rock, paper, scissors style game you could play with these guys. That's probably my favorite. So this one's back to life. Somebody's going to just wander in here and see this happening and just be like, nope, I'm out. There's 2 more dead batteries gone. Yeah, they're called butt heads, and that's what they are. The face is a butt, and they make fart noises. They've just become a thing with the live streams. All right, so he's back to life. Last one of my other favorites. We're almost back to cutting, guys. We're almost there. And no, I didn't think I was going to need this many batteries, but this was the cheapest way to get them. Yeah, no, if you don't have a Torx driver, all you're going to do is strip that thing out, man. Trust me, I have learned the hard way. This guy right here might have the best song out of everybody. Where is it? Thought there was one more. Maybe not. Beard of Doom. I don't know who Beard of Doom is. But I think I did see somebody that had one of these sitting in the background of his video now that you mention it. I think I did see that. God, who the hell's Beard of Doom? Like, I'm sure we're thinking of the same guy, too. This live stream has it all, guys. Oh yeah, no, I would have loved to have had this when I was a kid. I wish I knew when they came out. I wish I could share that information with you, but I don't know. All I know is they've been out of production for a long time when I got those off Amazon. Oh! Okay, no, so I saw some guy showing these off on YouTube at one point, and that's where I found them and went ahead and ordered them. But I'm pretty sure I've seen Beard of Doom at some point because I saw it sitting in the background on the shelf behind the guy. So I was like, hey, I got one of those. But yeah, I just got lucky that Amazon had all of them sitting there for like, I think $8-9 a pop. Okay. Sorry, the charger cable for my phone fell and got in the way for a second there. Yeah, the Mueller's elbows are putting up a fight. That's the thing, this live stream's got it all. Hander pants, fart guys, eventually a pizza box. You know I spoil you. Okay, cool. Thanks for looking that up, man. So then they'd only been, so I had to have gotten these 2 years ago. So apparently it was just a run that wasn't popular and didn't sell a whole lot or something, which is probably why I got them for an affordable price. The last time I went to look them up and see if there was more that I missed, they were no longer available anywhere except maybe eBay. So yeah, if you see Beard of Doom, tell him there's a lower quality streamer that has a has the same figure he does. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. I might have just caught him at a bad time where there weren't a lot floating around. I sent one to my cousin after one of her kids was born, and I was just like, you'll know when to give it to him. Yes, that's the best way to describe me, a lower quality live streamer. Like, that's just it for everybody. Like, we're not here for quality. We're not here for quality content, guys. Like so many of these things are also turning into like just inside jokes with guys that are here for a long time too. We are learning stuff, but at what cost? Oh, dude. So, back in the day, and this will surprise nobody, but back in the day, I really did like ICP. I liked them for just how out there the music was. You know, I didn't go into the whole "this is my entire personality and my entire lifestyle now" degree, but they did two videos: Stranglemania 1 and Stranglemania 2. All right, Stranglemania. The whole concept was they took these extreme wrestling matches from other parts of the world, where like the ring is replaced with electrified barbed wire. You know, stuff like that. Really insane things. People get hurt. And they renamed everybody and did their own commentary over it. And it was fucking hilarious. So I went to find a copy to watch not too long ago, and it's only on VHS. There aren't that many copies floating around, and they're like $120 a pop. It's like, Jesus. Like, if they could get Big Money Hustlers and Big Money Rustlers on DVD, they could put Stranglemania on DVD. Like, it's like either it really is for you or it's not. It's not like there's much in between. You know, it's just like I played it to the point where I burned out on it, kind of like Metallica. I hear the first 3 seconds, I might as well have heard the whole song. I did that, and you know, eventually the unique nature of their sound homogenized to start sounding like everything else, which wasn't for me. And their fan base became a disservice to itself. And I was like, I don't even want to be associated with that. I'm tapping out, guys. Because there was a point where it was all pretty chill and, you know, kind of a more positive thing than a lot of people think. And then it just got out of control. All right, Fook, man, appreciate you. Yeah, there's stuff like that. You would not believe how long I had to look to find Fight Club on DVD, and then it wound up being on Blu-ray after years of looking for it. Like, it was only on VHS for the longest damn time. Like, I was scouting Amazon, I was scouting eBay, I was looking everywhere I could think of, and nope. And I think I've decided the Hander Pants are a live stream exclusive. You want the Hander Pants, you got to come here to the lives. And I want to complain about how low the number of concurrents has been all night, but it is Thursday. Oh yeah, I know that feeling. Believe me, I know that feeling. Now, that like the only thing I can say in my defense with that, and why I didn't go quite that far with it, is again, having full unfettered access to the entirety of the internet at the age of 13. Like, I saw so much that the only thing that made a difference was, you know, when it was more than a still picture. When it was on video, that's when it mattered. And one of the great things that goes kind of unrecognized is porn is part of the reason smartphones got screens, and then the screens got better and better as fast as they did. A lot of people tend to argue that point. I think I saw somewhere online that did definitely cite that. But, you know, if it can produce porn, the technology advances very rapidly, very quickly. Now, I never quite got into that end of it. It's like, why do I want to pay somebody to see them do something I can see somewhere else for free and probably someone better looking? Like, where's the appeal? Now, I've had guys that have, I've had friends that have had their marriages destroyed by romance scams. But it's just like, why do I want to pay for that when I can go cash it for free? Now, that being said, if OnlyFans had been a thing back then, I think a lot of the girls in my neighborhood would have had an account set up in no time flat. Again, rough part of town. We need someone to do like a channel raid and just have like 40 people come in here, get real confused, and leave. That's what we need. Oh my God, there was one time a friend of mine's like, hey, you want to go to this thing in Macon with me? It's a church trip. And my ass just be doing stuff to be doing stuff. So I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? And on the TV in the hotel, there was a thing about Italian game shows where people get paid to take off clothes. Then there were other game shows, I think in Japan, where you had to guess the weight of somebody's breasts. And that's all we watched that night. I can't remember the specifics, but I was like, all right, this is one hell of a church trip right here. It was like some giant convention for, like it might have been a Baptist convention or something like that. I'm not sure this is the right part of the country for it. But you talk about like guys that are about to fist fight over each other about who thinks Jesus is the coolest. Like, I'm not even joking. Like I had a 10 of that thinking putty just back before it was called that. So I'm just sitting there rolling that around, watching the thing on the stage. Like they had bodybuilders come out, bodybuilders for Christ. And these guys are like taking hot water bottles and blowing them up till they explode and doing all these feats of strength. And I don't remember. I think they said they removed the diving from a ladder through blocks of ice. But like I'm watching this and some kid's like, what do you got there? Like, that's silly putty. And he starts yelling at me. He's like, what makes you think silly putty is more important than Jesus Christ? I'm just like, wow, what the hell is happening here? Did I step into an alternate universe? Sir, I'm sure you're an absolute specimen. All right, this self-defeating talk does not belie the value of men of action like you and me. But yeah, no, that convention, the halls around the thing where you sat there and watched the guys on the stage was just merch tables in a huge circle around this building. Like, somebody got those guys. They got. You're probably beautiful. Again, such self-deprecation does not befit men of action such as ourselves. Man, the chat went real quiet. Hey, where'd everybody else go? I think they might have known some of the girls in my old neighborhood and talking about OnlyFans, and those guys freaked them out. Bill Simmons, what's going on, man? We're checking out the AR RPM 9 steel on the cjrb Tigris is what we're doing. So far, the edge retention is leagues above anything else we've done Cardboard Slayer with so far. Yeah, there were some of the girls in my neighborhood. I think if they had the right connections or ran into the right people, they could have ended up doing some adult videos. Let me take a look at my email real quick. I don't know if I got it or not. I haven't checked my Gmail in quite a while. I can't check it on here. All right. I'll have to take a look at my emails. What perchance did it pertain to? Because the last thing I've seen was I had exchanges with gin knives over a couple of things a few days ago. Oh, a knife sale. Gotcha. Honestly, while I appreciate the effort, I can't buy knives right now. Like, I've got an O-Knife Guar, G-U-A-R, coming in because I had points on Amazon that built up, but that's it. Like, I've still got to get a haircut, and it took us a minute to put the money together for that. That's like how bad off I am right now. That's the level of struggle bus I'm on. You did miss getting batteries replaced in the rest of my fart guys, so there's 8 now instead of 4. Now, I am really looking forward to that O-knife coming in, which should be tomorrow. Riley Reid, I'm not familiar with. Well, I mean, that's the thing is like, you know, especially as far as women go, like the most average looking women can still do adult videos and do just fine. You know, there's something out there for everybody. And usually the videos with the more average looking women end up being better to watch anyways, because it doesn't, I don't know, it hits different. The professionals, like, you can kind of tell they're professionals and not as much fun to watch half the time. God, and doing the cut on the very bottom of this is pushing my knuckles into this table, and it's not comfortable. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a good deal. I haven't bought the smaller sheepdog knives because I've got the XL, and I'd rather have just the XL than that one. Like, I've already got one of them, so there's other things for me to check out. Oh, and the hander pants came out to play. So we're going to finish up the last couple pieces of this box right here and then check the edge again. This one's going to be annoying. That'll be easier. Olight Spur Dog. I'm assuming we mean O-knife again. You done run into that before? Oh man, come on. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of quality I get out of O-knife. I want the one I ordered to be good. I want it to be really good. It's a big boy, definitely my kind of thing. I'm hoping it's as good as the Sheepdog XL and as good as the Proponent, because like this is This is kind of pocket cleaver territory. This is a pocket cleaver too, but it's just not well made or not well designed. If you're doing light work with it, it's fine, but you start doing heavy work like this, she ain't got good ergos. I got a Guar, Guar. You can take a look at that. It's like a pocket cleaver. The blade's well over 3 inches. I think it's like 3.78 or something like that. So I want that thing to be so damn good. I'm not even sure we've done a whole lot of damage to the finest part of the apex here. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right, this thing is still cutting damn near as good as we started. Yeah, when I'm a bit better off monetarily again, I need to start checking pawn shops and stuff too. So I'm pretty sure I can find some pawn shop stuff that'd at least be interesting for a cardboard slayer if it's cheap enough. Yeah, we don't have any flea markets near here. I wish we did, because that would be nice to go check out. Like, I don't think I've been to a flea market. God, it's probably been the better part of like 10 years or something like that. It can't have been that long. Yeah, I took a trip up to Blue Ridge with the wife, and we found the weirdest fucking flea market I've ever seen in my life. Looks like they got like, I don't know how to describe it. Like all the booths were like separate rooms, like you're walking through a house. And the booths were all in rooms that are like the size of a largish dining room. And you check it out, then you walk through a door that's just like walking through a door in a house. You walk through a doorway, you're into another one, and it's like you're in something the size of a large dining room, and that's their booth. Like just a string of those things. the gar looks similar. It looks, you know, it's a pocket cleaver, which is why it looks similar. But it looks like the ergos are going to be way better. I'm guarantee you the action's going to be a lot better. It's going to be a lot better experience unless I am somehow horribly mistaken. All right, let's take a look at our edge retention. Guys, this is still ridiculously sharp. Like, this is still stupid sharp. We definitely have a new edge retention king for these. Okay, she ain't really shaving much, I'll give it that. Yes, sir, we got the hander pants. How you doing, Rich? So she ain't really shaving, but yeah, and that's part of why we were excited to check it out. Like it's not quite as sharp as when we started, but it's very, very close. That's been 2 hours. All right, well, the good folks at Pompeian Olive Oil now know what they did wrong. No, you're the one that's mistaken, sir. You went for the wrong horse in that race. All I know is when the rapture happens, you're gonna be left down here with the fun people. Yeah, Rich, how you been doing, man? You been doing a little better? It's military town. You're gonna get a whole bunch of Gerber paraframes and CRKT M16s in there. That's what you're gonna get. You might find the occasional Griptilian. Yeah, St. Peter might be checking him off with the Energel, but God's writing his book down with the V5. So, but what is a God to a non-believer? Knock off knives. What's up, brother? So the hander pants are helping a little bit, but they don't cover the one spot that's taking the most abuse right here from the gap in the spine. And the gap in this spine ain't good. However, we are 2 hours in, and the edge on this thing is still fantastic. It's not quite what it was when we started, but it's still very, very, very good. Not shaving, but cutting copy paper really well. Did you just say a decent Benchmade at a decent price with a straight face, sir? While we're living in that world, can someone please pay off my credit card debt? No, seriously, it's crippling right now. Because that's the thing, like, you know, pawn shops and stuff like that, yard sales, fucking Goodwill, like all those places have gotten a hell of a lot more expensive because it doesn't take any time to just look it up online and see what the going price is. And so like everything is just at the going price for it on the secondary market, basically. You know, just like if I'm at a pawn shop, I'm looking for something like an old beat up case knife we can use for this. Or maybe something with the Made in Pakistan tag on it. You know, something that'll be interesting for one of these live streams. Oh, Rich might have found something for you. So the Pompeian olive oil gives you a nice soft box. Oh, cool. So that puts you at what, like a 3.5-inch blade, give or take? Damn, I'm good. That was a good guess. Raw Sauce 12, what's up? Oh, we got the 2 layers right here at the top. Okay, so you're looking at a slip joint, not a locker then. Yeah, honestly, guns would win the debate for me. However, I don't have a way to use guns at home. I can't afford to buy more guns. And, yeah, I would love to have the kind of property that I want where I can make my own, like, 7,500 yard shooting ranges. But I ain't got that right now. I live in a subdivision. All right, Bill. Yeah, I don't think you're going to find a Benchmade or a Hogue or a Deca for 10 bucks. That'd be nice, but that's like me saying I'd like to find the property that I want for $20,000. Yeah, I need to pick up more ammo too, but if I'm going to the range, it's going to be the 22. Just the size of the hole in the paper doesn't matter, only the location. Which is why I made sure to buy a 22 pistol and a 22 rifle. No, I don't really have Instagram. I've talked about it before, but basically, I barely have the energy to do what I do for YouTube, and it ain't a whole lot. You know, between my work schedule and, like, I physically run out of energy pretty damn quickly. I'm not sure why, but something ain't right there. So, like, I go to work. I don't have energy to do shit else when I get home except go to sleep. when I'm awake during the day, about all I have the energy to do is sit there and wait until I go back to sleep, which might be a couple hours after I wake up. There ain't much of me going around. I mean, hell, my 1911 45 ACP is too expensive to shoot right now. I can't treat that ammo like it's free. My 22, again, the 22. The size of the hole in the paper does not matter. Only the placement. Shoot it to the email in my description. It might take me a couple days to remember to check it, but there is an email. Oh dear God, what fresh... Oh, we got some nasty cardboard here, gentlemen. We have got a Publix brown sugar box. Jesus, this is double layered. So I have got the Work Sharp Precision Adjust that I use for the nicer stuff. And then for my cheap stuff, I've got the Work Sharp with the Kin Onion blade grinding attachment that I can do a slack belt work on and give it a convex edge. You know, I can get it sharpened up to shaving and sharper in like 2 minutes and get on about my day. And then I've got strops here with diamond paste on them instead of buffing compound. Your diamond paste is the way to go on these strops. It does so much work. You got it. Now, was it the belt grind? It was the belt grinding attachment, right? The one that looks kind of like a miniature 2x72. Because that one's real. Yeah, so I put a little bit of paste on here, and I took a knife and just kind of smeared it around and smeared it around. Wiped the excess off of everything, and I was good to go. And I got the diamond paste from Temu, and if you want to write it down, what I found that works really good is 10 micron, 5 micron, and then 2.5 micron right here. So that gets it down to a really keen edge, and it works really, really good. Oh God, yeah, I'm about to suffer on this one. Yeah, so the bars, this is my first drop, and this is the buffing compound from Harbor Freight. I believe this is gray, and this is the white buffing rouge. And I mean, you just rub that in really hard. But yeah, the diamond paste, so you can get the same diamond paste on Amazon. Temu, if you have a Temu account, great, go for it. Where is it? Like, all this diamond paste right here was something like $7 on Temu. The same stuff on Amazon is a little more expensive, but no, I don't treat the leather. I don't treat the leather. It's just got the strop, the diamond compound on it, or the diamond paste, and that's how it sits. If you guys see this, this is double layer. This is about to suck. Yeah, my 22 rifle right now is a Charter Arms AR-7 Explorer. And if you've never seen it, it's really cool. The barrel, the trigger group, they unscrew and go in the stock of the gun with a clip or a magazine. So again, if you got to get out of trouble, that thing's a real handy thing to have. You can break that down and just carry a small lightweight stock basically, and throw that in a backpack or something. and it's quite accurate for what it is. Like I'll say, the 22 long rifle gets a lot of hate, and especially for like survival situations and stuff like that, people don't necessarily think 22 long rifle. However, like before what's his name turned out to be a giant piece of shit, Sons of Guns, they did a thing where they were talking about like building or picking out zombie apocalypse guns, and one of their guys went with 22 long rifle. Everyone's making fun of him, and like they're looking at how many yeah, my AR-7 was before Henry had the design, but it is a very, very nice little thing. But you know, they kind of went in with their parameters, and one of their parameters was how much ammo can you carry in one go. And like they're breaking out their shit, and they got, you know, 100 or so rounds on them, and then the guy with the 22 long rifle breaks out over 1,000 rounds. And then they're, you know, they're putting holes in, you know, mocked up zombie skulls, and the 22 is doing as much work as it needs to. So we are doing this to check out edge retention and see how the edge holds up. And we're also doing this so we got something to do while we sit here and shoot the shit. And guys, the hander pants are already falling apart. They are going south. I guess the hander pants are not a thing. That is a shame. Now, granted, they weren't meant for this, but that is a shame. They will live on in memory. That is a disappointment. I was afraid that would happen, though. I didn't think it would happen on the offhand. I thought it was going to happen here first, but damn, that's a bummer. Hander pants, we hardly knew ye. So yeah, like most of the knives that we've done so far at about the yes, that's the show with the guy that ended up abusing his daughter, is what happened there. But yeah, so like a lot of the knives that we've done, the Walmart Ozark Trail knives took an hour before they really did need to be stropped up. The 440 steel on the Buck 110 from 1980. Oh, the hander pants was just because the guys asked for it. Like, they asked me to get some hander pants for the stream, so I figured, all right, cool. That's just like the fart guys right here. They're just entertainment. We'll break these out once in a while, just because. Yeah, like I said, this isn't just cutting up cardboard. We're also hanging out and having fun. But yeah, and it sucks too, because Sons of Guns was a good show. Like, I enjoyed watching it, but I mean, that is so badly contaminated now that there's no going back to it. No, the only thing we're really serious about is the validity of, you know, claiming these knives can take this much cardboard before they go dull. You know, the 440 on the Buck 110 from 1980 took about 2.5 hours. And a lot of the other knives we've done take about 3.5 hours to start showing wear. There is a gin kit knife. You build the kit yourself. And that one took about 4 hours to show the kind of wear that 8CR13 shows at 2.5 hours. This one is probably going to exceed the gin by a little bit. The gin's D2. That's just like a... Oh no, guys that do that should not ever last long with that kind of charge. Yeah, the only reason I have a Benchmade is you know, I wanted a bug out, and I found the CF Elite in a S30V for 140 bucks, I think, or 130 bucks when it was on sale. So I went ahead and got it. And that's about what that knife is worth to me. And then I got the really fancy bug out because a friend of mine bought it for me. Yeah, I get that a lot about the bug outs. Mine is carbon fiber instead of that. I think they use Gryvex. And so mine is a bit more rigid than normal Gryvex, and it's quite good, especially for what it is. Like, it's designed to be a very lightweight, easy to carry knife. That's what it is. A very lightweight, very easy to carry knife. I love carrying it, but that's kind of my special occasion carry. You know, one of those bug outs, if I'm feeling a little bit rough and down and I want to feel a little bit better about my day, I grab one of the bug outs. No, Benchmade uses S30V, not S35VN. Still, yeah. I'm not paying that hefty of a premium for D2. I'm not. I know it's not all made the same. It's not all heat treated the same. That being said, there's a limit to what I'll spend on D2, and I think it's around 60 or 70 bucks. Like, I think the GAR was, shit, I don't remember how much the GAR was. Okay, yeah, I'm done cutting this box up. Jesus Christ, that thing is brutal. Oh man, those double layers are so brutal, man. Like, this is hard to cut. Like, if I want to extreme torture test a knife, this is the way to go. Let's see if we put any edge wear on it off of that. I think that box did put some wear on this. Yeah. So just cutting that one chunk of cardboard put some wear on this. It sucks. Woo! Yeah, so I need to get some more of that cardboard there and hang on to it so that if we get some super steel, we got something to really push it with. So for sure, like if I do end up getting that oh, what the hell is it? That S35, the knife that claims to be S35VN for like 30 some odd bucks on Amazon. If I get that, we need that cardboard to test it with. The Wallop Ton, there we are. Sergio, what's going on, man? We're going in on the cjrb Tigris, and we're going in on the AR RPM9 to see how it holds up. So far, it's blowing just about everything we've done so far out of the water, is what's happening. Okay, some easy cardboard, thank God. Jacob Pugh, what's up? So you just rolled in, Jacob, but cjrb Tigris with AR RPM 9. Edge retention's been fantastic so far. The ergos have not been good so far. I've been live for almost 2.5 hours, or yeah, 2.5 hours. So we still got at least another hour and a half to go. But no, the ergos haven't been great so far. They're not the worst I've used. They're a little better than I expected, but like this right here is getting absolutely chewed up by this gap right here. The edges on these liners were definitely not broken down at all, or they were very poorly broken down because they're still sharp-ish. They're not comfortable. I had some hander pants on, but those started falling apart. So I thought we'd have hander pants for future live streams, but nope, they were just for part of this one. Yeah, this right here is your underwear watching you buy another knife. Josh, what's up, man? We're going in on a cjrb Tigris. That's what we're doing, AR RPM 9. I mean, Spyderco's been around a long time. I don't know if they've been around as long as Benchmade, but they've kind of been competing for the same market for a long-ass time. Ew, no. I'm not cutting any more of you. Some bitch, you sucked. It's like, I know when I was a lot younger, Spyderco was one of the things my uncle was big on, and that's when, you know, that was shit, 1992, 1993. So they've been kind of going for the same audience for quite a while now. All right, let's get some adhesive all over the edge of this thing. Yeah, I think Spyderco is one that you can end up paying the brand tax on. Now, that being said, I will say with Spyderco, at least there's some good budget offerings. That's one thing Benchmade seems to be lacking. You know, they lack good budget options. Like, you know, Benchmade doesn't really have anything to compete with the Tenacious, for example. They don't have like a really good $50 or $60 knife that I've seen or seen anyone talk about. But I could be wrong. I'm no expert. I'm no knife-onomist. Yeah, like just imagine if Benchmade dropped a bug out that was in like D2 or something like that, you know? just like a $60 bug out in D2. Like I bet you they'd probably sell like crazy. And I don't know, Benchmade's like, we don't want to soil our good name with D2 or what, but it's like, that seems like a no-brainer. Like if Benchmade sold a $50 to $60 knife, people would eat that shit up. People that aren't Benchmade fans because of the price would become Benchmade fans. And you talk about like, you know, knife channels going ape shit, Facebook groups going ape shit, like everyone going totally ape shit about it. All right, knockoff. I'm glad you dropped by, man. I appreciate it. Nice, Josh. I ordered. Let me see how much I actually. The price on the Gore was. Yeah, so if you want to get an O knife Gar D2, they're $41.95 right now. So I think I spent like $13 on top of Amazon credit on it. So like $13 is what I spent on my most recent acquisition that I think is going to be really good. That's what I was saying. Spyderco has got a brand tax. I said just the thing for me personally that separates Spyderco from Benchmade is Spyderco does have budget offerings. Spyderco has the Bird line. Spyderco has stuff like the Tenacious. Like they've got budget offerings. I feel like Benchmade could do that, and they should do that. Like 440, like mentally I have a hard time like justifying spending a lot of money on 440. I just do. You're talking about like a $35 knife at 440. That's what I was just saying, like, you know, 440 stuff like that. I can't see the price really going. So one knife that I will give a pass on that I spent $100 on that I think was 440 steel. It is the Mattis Gearhead, and that's because I was buying a piece of art as much as I was buying a knife. That thing it justifies the price by being fucking awesome. Yeah, why doesn't Benchmade still have that? Why doesn't Benchmade still have like a budget line? It don't got to be garbage stuff, but you know, again, if they released a budget line, I think everybody would lose their shit. Like the entire internet would just go ape shit. I think I remember seeing something about the Benchmade Red class somewhere, but that was before my time. Like, I do appreciate the U.S. made part, and you know that is something that will drive the price up a good bit on stuff. You know, you got the Chinese guys working sweatshop labor, working, you know, Chinese labor prices, you know, versus the amount of money you have to pay in America for Americans with a developed skill set. That's a whole different kettle of ball games. Jacob, I've been well, man. Today is my first day of a few days off of work, so I have done exactly nothing today. Unless you count playing Fortnite with my kid. Oh yeah, Jacob, we got more of the fart guys. I got the rest of them up and running. Yes, that was the song I was waiting on that. Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing that we've been learning through doing this, you know, a good CR series steel can completely justify its existence and keep a price down. You know, and unless you're a hard user in a hard environment beating the shit out of your knives, ACR will take good care of you. It's going to take a lot more use before you need to sharpen it than you think it will. I think we're finally starting to feel a little bit of edge wear on this thing. Like, feel some edge wear. And it ain't much. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I got a really strong hunch that S35 VN is going to basically become the new D2 at some point here, just because the market's been getting flooded with so much of it. That was a very pleasant box to dice up. You know, the launch is a little weird to me. I wanted to pick one up because, hey, automatic knife, and I kept looking at them. I was like, nothing's really speaking to me about these things. Like, they're not really commanding a ton of my attention. only going to be able to cut 3 sides of this box. Maybe only 2. I don't know. Let's see how this goes. All right, ketchup, you know what you did. And again. Yep, there we are. I'm sitting here watching your conversation, but it's just getting into stuff I'm not that familiar with. So it looks like it took the wife a little longer than usual to get out the door at work. So place your bets. What do you think she brought food home? No, not Little Caesars, but we didn't even cut up the pizza box yet. We need to do that next. Hey, beautiful. What'd you grab?
They had those international coffee drinks here. They had some on clearance for like $1 or something. So I got 4 of them.
Ooh.
$1.49. It's a dunked Oreo iced coffee, and there's a caramel one. They had a bunch of others, but I just wasn't sure what you want. I got 2 of each of those.
If they were $1, we should have cleaned them out.
They're $1.49.
Yeah.
Should we go back and clean them out?
Yeah, $1 would have been the number.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your stream.
Oh no, you're good.
I'll see you another while.
We were just like, what are the odds you brought food home? It's like
I was gonna. I thought about bringing dinner, but I didn't. I did pick up some peanut butter pretzels.
it wasn't Dickie's barbecue. I don't think those exist out here, boss.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, you're fine. Let's see. Yep, he's fell. All right, so we didn't get a bag of chicken tendies. Yeah, something that's gotten stupid and kind of frustrating is like places like Subway that were there because they were cheap are no longer cheap. Like they're McDonald's. McDonald's forgot their place. They were there because they were cheap and fast. And they are becoming far too expensive. It's like Wendy's a fucking surge pricing bullshit. Did y'all see that? You know, I'd hate to see a good one go, but like Wendy's does that surge pricing bullshit. I'm tapping out. Ugh. Bill, what's up? We're complaining about fast food becoming too expensive, and then Wendy's doing that surge pricing bullshit, which, despite all the pushback, they damn well know they're going to make too much money off it to not do it. So I'm about to lose a fast food joint. Yeah, we've had that problem with our McDonald's and our Taco Bell next to the house. Like for the longest time, we could not go there without our order somehow getting messed up. Every time I check the bag before I pull off, the order's fine. So I get complacent, and then I don't go through the bag before I leave, and something probably a little expensive was completely left out. And we still kept going there because that's the easiest option we could reach from the house. Although, again, the Burger King disappearing was painful, and I will feel that pain for a while. Yeah, that's what I was saying. McDonald's forgot its place. Like, there should still be a dollar menu of some kind there, and there's not. You know, I'll still drop by there because it's right next to work, and it's one of only 2 options I have that I don't have to get out of the car for. Thank you, sir. But, yeah, like, they have forgotten their place completely. You'd be amazed. You'd be amazed at how much cardboard dust I create when I do this every time. Like, the phone that I'm filming on is completely covered in dust. It's kind of hard to read comments on it. The phone that I'm reading stuff on is also got quite a bit of dust on it. My glasses have got quite a bit of dust on them. Just so damn much cardboard dust. I'm a little disappointed too, like, when I went to bed last night, or something, like, at some point during the day yesterday, I went from 928 to 926 subs. I was like, I'm still trying to get to 1,000. Like, I just need to get to that 1,000 so I can unlock some of the features of having a channel. And like, from what I've seen from everybody else, like, once you hit that first 1,000, like, the next 1,000 comes a lot faster. However, I'm also watching guys that were doing a stream of nonstop giveaways, trying to hit those numbers, and I ain't got that kind of money. Did I ever do drugs? Yes. Had a pretty long run with those before had to give up everything. Like, I don't drink, I don't do nothing now. I'm boring as hell. However, Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty well-known thing that drugs are not good for you. Some people can do them responsibly. I'm not one of those people. All right. You guys know I spoil you. It's pizza time. Let's all celebrate the pizza box. And this is a holdout from the last live stream. It's not pizza that I have here right now, which is a little disappointing. I will say this thing is cutting through this a bit easier than the Kalashnikov did. I need to drop by Domino's and see if they'll just give me a stack of empty boxes for this, because like the Little Caesars cardboard is like incredibly thin. Yeah, I tried to get a job at a Little Caesars when I was in kind of rough shape a while back, and they never called me back. I was like, how bad do you have to bomb an interview where Little Caesars isn't like, yeah, you can walk and breathe at the same time you're hired? Yeah, non-voluntary drugs is the perfect way to put it, man. I take I'll take 300 milligrams of Seroquel to sleep every night. And then I got 300 milligrams of Lamictal to function like a sane human being during the day. Kind of get the PTSD in check so I can function. Or at least as in check as something like that can be. I like how you said a place called Domino's. Like nobody knows what that's gonna be. Like it's just some random hole in the wall. The short version of the PTSD is I had an incredibly violent home life as a child. And then that shit just spread out into school. Like the years that, like when I went to school back then, you couldn't go into school with that kind of damage and behaving as if you had that kind of damage without becoming an abuse sponge and a target for bullying and everything else. So like I went through fucking hell 4 years. And I'm not going to go too much farther than that, because if I do, it'll turn into a long-ass tirade that ruins the stream for literally everybody here. And once I get going, I won't shut the fuck up about it. Oh, no, it's all good, dude. Like, it's just part of my story. It's, you know, part of what got me here, but, you know, it's just... Like, when you go through stuff like that, it tends to follow you around for the rest of your life. And in my case, when I try to go to sleep, just replays start happening involuntarily and won't quit. And then when I'm awake, if I lock in on it and fix on it for a while, I can't back out until, you know, something changes it. So yeah, like the medication helps. Oh God, I haven't been to Texas since my cousin got married. And, you know, if you want something that will kind of help you get me and the bullshit about this channel into perspective, my cousin got married at the Renfest in Texas. and insisted that we were all in costume. So if that tells you anything right there, which I think that was like 10 or 11 years ago, something like that now. Alas, Little Caesar's box, we hardly knew ye. And that, gentlemen, was the ceremonial pizza box for the night. Oh, we're about to violate some instructions here. Oh. Yeah, I don't think if I hit 1,000 and monetize my channel, I'm going to see a lot out of it for a long time. Y'all see this, right? I don't know which Renfest we went to. I don't know where it was. I rode with my dad and his wife. I don't know anything about which one it was. I just know it was a Renfest, and I will say it's bigger and badder than the one in Georgia. Just acres of cleavage. But yeah, yeah. Fuck you, instructions on box. I won't do what you tell me. Piece of cardboard. Yeah, we'll send them a picture of this box. We'll send them a picture of this box and tell them the rest of the box is going to go if they don't meet my demands. Oh yeah, no, it was quite pleasant. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, the unbendable. I actually have that pickaxe in Fortnite. The hand's holding up all right. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, and my grip's kind of moving around as I cut, so I'm putting pressure on different areas, but this callus right here that is forming, and it keeps blistering up, is so unhappy with me right now. It is so dang unhappy. Yeah, the hander pants went down. Well, I mean, Fook, part of what we're doing here is we're also looking at the ergonomics, which is a kind of hidden benefit of checking the edge retention. You know, I can tell you whether or not there's good ergonomics here and how comfortable it was after 4 hours of this, you know? It's like, if you really want to know how good the ergos are, this is how you do it. Oh, I've got fantastic work gloves in the garage. Don't get me wrong. I got the best kind of work gloves you can buy. But like, I really don't want to glove up. One, like, if I'm wearing gloves on this hand and I can't feel where my fingertip is 100%, I'm going to cut the hell out of myself. And two, again, we learn about the ergos on these things. Come on. There we are. That's what that box gets for telling me not to cut it. I gotta tell you, this edge still feels really good. Like, this is feeling about like the first hour on our 8CR, and it's feeling about like the 2.5 hour mark on the maybe the 2 hour mark on the D2 that we just did. This side doesn't say do not cut. I'm also going to say the haze of hairline scratches that's been showing up on most of the other knives we did is not showing up here. Let's see, did the gin knife haze out real bad? Yeah, the gin knife didn't pick up any of that hazing either. But the CR series steels, definitely, every single one's just got a haze of hairline scratches on it after doing this. I'm pushing a bit slower, but yeah, it's still cutting great. I think you can feel where we finally worn the finer part of the apex off, so we should be getting the louder, slightly more raggedy cuts on the copy paper once I finish the rest of this box off. Like, honestly, if I keep it to just a little tip right here, and I mean just the tip, before one of you guys tries to take a swing at it, it's still a really fast, easy cut where there's not a ton of material. Ooh. Oh, we're finally starting to get some rough cuts on the sideways parts. Okay, I saved it. This looks like it may have been stonewashed. The gin definitely wasn't stonewashed. Nothing else that we've done has been stonewashed yet. So, they've all been natural finish, but still, even the 8CR, if it was stonewashed, would have had a lot of hairline scratches, especially from that, ridiculous double layer cardboard right on top of the Betty, or yeah, the Betty Crocker box. No, that would be hazed out with scratches. I don't think we've hit 9CR yet. I don't know if I have one laying around that's going to be remotely okay to do that kind of testing with. Oh, no, I'm right there with you. Chewing jerky, don't happen. Oh, and if you guys didn't see it today, I did the assembly video on the gin lockback knife kit. I'd love to have a way to do some kind of torture testing on that thing, but there's not really a good way. All I can say is it's definitely not designed with any kind of actual use in mind, outside of teaching safety and how to carry. Yeah, you might have your partial, but I've only got a grand total of 9 teeth left, and they're all on the bottom. So there's a lot of food that's just off the table for me. All right, we're gonna do our sharp test. Dude, I've been on Metal Complex's streams, and there's no way he can read even the first damn comment. Unless I pay for the comment, which I'm not doing. All right. So, again, I'm expecting the cut to be louder, and the finest part of the apex should be gone. No. This edge is still fantastic. It's not going to shave, but geez, y'all saw that, right? Holy Christ, this thing is still sharp. I need to check B's blades out. What time does his live stream start? Because unless it's running until like 9:30, unless it's running past 10 o'clock at night, I can't make it. I've got somewhere I've got to be, and I won't be getting home until late, or at least kind of late for me. Guys, I don't think I actually have enough cardboard here to really wear this edge out. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, it would be a bit smarter on one of those streams to actually start doing that shout out thing if I was there in the stream too. So yeah, if I remember to hit B's blades up, I'm gonna definitely check that out tomorrow after I get home. Yeah, I'm Eastern time, so I'm not sure exactly what time that is for me. Central. Let's see, Central. I think I'm an hour ahead of Central. Yeah, the time zone thing is kind of one of those things where my brain refuses to hang on to the knowledge. Just fucking refuses. Yeah, Ohio should still be Eastern time. Yeah, I definitely appreciate the help. No doubt. Yeah, so I might be able to catch the B stream tomorrow. As a matter of fact, let me take care of this. I'm gonna okay. Give me a half a second here. I got to find this live again. Why am I not showing up at the top as a live? There we are. I definitely appreciate it. So I went ahead and subscribed to Bees Blades so that, like when I get home and I'm looking through YouTube, there should be something to remind me to actually go check it out. I need to give that guy a fair chance. I haven't really done that yet. Yeah, glue. Hey guys, we may end up running out of cardboard to cut. Sir, I never plan on winning giveaways. If you want to know what my luck is like, there was a raffle at a vape shop for some gear that I wanted because I didn't have a whole lot to work with at that point in time. And I had over half of the tickets in the fucking raffle. Over half of them. And I still did not win shit for the first like 6 drawings. So by the time I did win something, it was just a bag of random shit that I had no use for whatsoever. That's the kind of luck I enjoy. And no, I'm not familiar with Tri-State either, but I saw that and I've been distracted and on various tangents. All right, Pompeian. This is olive oil. From what we know, Pompeian gives you a nice soft box. How the hell do you go about accidentally drinking weed killer? Yeah, like I'm not saying don't enter the giveaways. You know, it's just I kind of go in and I'm just like, I can't wait to see what I didn't win, guys. It's like, I gotta go get my damn haircut tomorrow. And I actively plan on picking up a handful of scratch off lottery tickets and maybe pick up a few bucks there, but I've only ever had one time where I made a significant win, and it's like I spent $8 and I think I won like 170. Like I kept getting winning tickets. Like I'd pick up the cash, and then the ones that just said ticket, I would trade in for another ticket, and yeah, it stacked up fast. That was a good day. Oh, dude, that is, oh, that can be nasty. Like back when I was doing, you know, weed control and shit, there was some stuff that we had just stopped using that you'd have to go get your blood tested every 6 weeks for, just to make sure your levels weren't too high. And I believe that was acephate, because acephate will shut your fucking nervous system down. Like, yeah, my problem is when I use clippers on my hair, it looks like shit. But yeah, the acephate is an insecticide, and it kills the insects by just shutting their nerve system down completely. That's not what I'm familiar with, unless there's a brand name to it that I have handled before. All right, Bill. Have a good night, man. I appreciate you dropping by. That was a very sudden departure. Oh god, I don't know how well it's showing up, but like right in there. It is so jacked up now. B for Baron, what's up, dude? Yeah, it seems like there'd be better stuff to listen to while you're driving than this, man. Yeah, like, hey guys, I'm driving, and like my brain goes blank on anything interesting to say. Yeah, and I gotta say, the ergos are nowhere near as bad as I thought they were gonna be. Like, I expect this part of my hand to be annihilated and possibly blistered and maybe slightly bloody, but it's held up. I still don't like the way the ergos are set up, but can't argue with it. Again, if I was gripping it right here like this, I'd be in trouble. The edge on the inside right here has not been softened at all. Like that is sharp. Gramix, no, I don't know what that one is. I have never handled that one. I've handled a lot of the methapendolin. I've handled the shit, what the hell's the other? Simazine. Drive 75. Cannot remember the chemical name for that one. Yeah, there's a lot that I have handled. But the really, really nasty ones where you have to like be medically supervised the whole time you're using it, I was fortunate enough to miss out on those. Because the way those guys worked us, we probably would have been covered in that shit day in and day out. And I think I had one guy that I did work with that was there before they removed that stuff. And, oh, thanks. But he used some of that stuff in his house to get rid of bugs, and fucked him and his wife up so bad. Like, Nice enough guy, but man, he messed up on that one. All right, we're getting into the last of the same boxes. We may be going back to that brown sugar box that I fucking hate. Ow. Oh, we got an Amazon box right here we can sacrifice. Well, it'd be handy to have that G10 knife here to test out. Yeah, that's definitely not a chemical that I've ever handled. Acephate I have handled in small quantities. We use them to kill anthills at the college I worked at. Because when you're out in that part of the state, so that campus had these ants that were like red and black. And when they bit you, they would raise a welt as big around as a quarter and about as thick as a nickel. And they were the weirdest shit too. Like, you'd see a bunch of them on the ground and you stomp and they all like scoot back and then rush forward at you. And those things were no damn joke. The doxing sticker can go away. Now I have used a ton of Roundup at various jobs, and I don't know whether or not that's having an effect on me, but I haven't diagnosed with anything yet, so I can't really join in on that lawsuit. And if you go in on a class action, you kind of get what you get, and you can't really win anything. You can't like do anything bigger for a lawsuit afterwards. I need to keep just a black marker over here to black out the doxing stickers. Oh well, I'll work around them. I bet you this is going to take forever to strop back up. Yeah, and it seems like this is about the point, a bit after 3 hours, where I start getting real loopy and punch drunk. And like massive quantities of brain fog. All right, brother, I appreciate you stopping by, man. It's great to see you again. We will definitely catch you on the next live stream. Unless they get done with Kung Fu Panda 4 on the earlier side. But I'll tell you what. I have a ninja fart to carry out. Oh, wow. Yeah, that would have been cool as hell to see. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, a bunch of spiders screaming. Yeah, we used to take big cans of Aquanet hairspray when it was still aerosol. And we'd spray carpenter bees with them until their wings quit moving and then light them on fire. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing what the strop does, but I almost kind of don't want to strop it after the live stream for the follow-up video to kind of let everybody else know what happened to this thing. Just because it's holding up so fucking well. Come on, guys, we got to keep the chat going. And it's kind of easy to tell I'm getting a little bit looped out because it's starting to get real hard to speak at normal cadence. I had a story time for this, but I can't remember what the hell it was. Like, I had it set up in my head for today and cannot remember. Can't remember shit. Oh, cool. I mean, to be fair, like with my dad and one of his friends, they also did that with the homemade flamethrowers. Like it was nothing to knock down spider webs. Like it just wasn't a big deal. Neither one of those knives are one that I'm familiar with. Yeah, no, I got a bad case of CRS, which also comes with some of the PTSD and stuff like that. Like your memory just goes right out the fucking window, and you know, you combine that with the history with drugs and I think it was like 4 or 6. It was a good few weeks I spent huffing lighter fluid all day, every day. We couldn't get any chuckle brush, just a dry spell. Nobody had anywhere to get it around me. So a buddy of mine showed me how he used to huff lighter fluid. We both got into that real bad. And it did some damage. I will say though, saw some crazy shit. Oh, cool. Yeah, like neither one of those knives are ones that I'm familiar with. That's not saying much though, because I'm not familiar with literally everything out there. I know some guys are. Some guys know exactly what everything is when you mention it. I'm not one of those guys. What the hell is the Kaiser that I want that I can't get right now? There's the Cormorant. I want that, the one with the XOX, like the XO pattern on the scales. But there's another one. It might be the Bagai. Like on my list so far, I've got the Lansky responder from the other live stream where a guy recommended it, in case I can get my hands on it at some point here. I've got the SOG Tellus FLK. There's a Harita pocket knife for 1369 that I set off to the side for something. We got a handmade Damascus pocket knife with leather sheath for 1999, which I wanted to get for the live stream to chew up on that. Cold Steel 4Max Scout. There is a Nintendo Switch game case that looks like the Blockbuster VHS case. It's cool as shit. Cold Steel Engage, Cold Steel Micro Recon, that Wallopton Tactical Folding Knife, CPM S35VN for $34.56. I got some large gummy bear molds, and I want to see if they're big enough to actually make lanyard beads with. The K-Bar Mule, the Hultaforce GK heavy duty knife, which is kind of the Hultaforce take on the Mora knife. Nah, dude, like I said, I don't have a use for flashlights. That's just a waste of money for me. I got the Civivi Lexan Elementum in here, but it's not available. There's a D2 knife for $20. Don't know why that's there. Oh, there is the O knife Sentry. All right. I have that on there. Of course, there's a Cold Steel Mayhem. It's been going down in price and pissing me off because I don't have the money for it. Civivi Button Lock, a Miguron, Cold Steel Grick, a Win Plus for some reason, a Rough Rider liner lock. I wanted to check out Rough Rider's modern folders. Sativian ST103, ST248 Damascus, ST128, CRKT Deviation, the Crescent with the aluminum scales on it, but I already have one, so I kind of never bought it. Schrade Delta Class, Kershaw Cathode, Kubi Titus, Camillus Bombat, which is just another Camillus for $15. I can't argue with it. The cjrb Large Pyrite. I've got an M-Tech in here from putting stuff back for the Super Budget Showdown. Another Super Budget Showdown knife. Civivi Baltair. That's one that I really, really want. I don't have. Another Super Budget Showdown crap knife. A Best Dad Ever knife that I wanted to get for the Showdown. A Masters Collection. Green Arson emergency pocket knife. Like, there's a lot of crap right through here for the Super Budget Showdown. Yeah, like you can kind of see what I was looking through. An M-Tech beer bottle knife. And then some of these have kind of disappeared. Come on, Amazon, cooperate. Yeah, the Kaiser Bagai. That's the one that I have on the list that I want, but that's a bit more money than I can throw at it right now. Oh, wow. I don't have $51. That's the one thing that's killing me. Me with Knives, did you see my video on the pins? I do not need to buy them. I have far nicer that I made. But yeah, like once you drop the $51 on that, and then you pay for the shipping on it too, I can't swing it. If it was on Amazon, I would have gotten it with the points that I had. But why don't I have? Because I'm broke, dude. Like I got a job that ain't paying as much as I need it to, and I've got a house with a mortgage, you know, and everything else, and just shit's expensive. I'm broke. Like, I know all the knives I have floating around looks like I'm kind of able to flex on people, but this is a quantity, and this is stuff that I've picked up over the last, like, couple of years. Trust me, I could use an extra income stream, but like I was talking about, where I don't have the energy for anything after work, like, I can't really hold down a second job. Like, it would kill me. I've got a penguin on the list somewhere. I think the penguin's farther down on the list because that was one that I just like. That was one that was picking up the hype. I think Rich, Ace on Knives, he was one of the guys that showed up with the penguin when it was full hype train. And that was before he showed off the Kaiser Bagai on his thing. And I tried to win that in a giveaway, but I didn't. Oh, no. I do not have $50 to spend. Yeah, like when you're an adult and you're paying for all your own food, you're paying for your mortgage or your rent, you're paying for gas for your car, you're paying for your insurance, you're paying for credit cards. It adds up fast. Like, it's amazing how much you need to be making to live comfortably right now. It's like I'm making damn near 19 bucks an hour, and it ain't enough. And it wasn't that long ago where it would have been enough to be comfortable and maybe have a little bit of breathing room. You know, I was hoping as long as I've been doing this channel that it would have been 3,000 or 4,000 deep by now, but subs have been coming in slow, and I realize now it's because I'm not doing a ton of giveaways. But yeah, it would have been nice to be able to monetize this and get a following built up, so where this could be a source of income too. Just some ad revenue or maybe some sponsorships or something. Oh, if you want to make $1 million bucks with your own business, start with $1 billion. So all these boxes come from work. The early ones, it was stacks of Amazon boxes that built up over like 2 years that I never got rid of. But all the boxes that we have cut up, except for this one right here, have been from work. And the Little Caesars box was obviously from Little Caesars. So like, I can take all the boxes that I cut up back, I can throw them in the baler and get rid of it with the rest of the cardboard. And then stack up some more boxes to bring home over a few days and be ready for the next live stream. I planned on the gin, I planned on the live stream with the gin captain knife to go longer. So I brought home extra boxes, and then I think I brought home some more for the one where we did the Boker Kalashnikov. And I haven't re-upped since then, so I got like one more box full of boxes from work to cut up, and then I'm out. But yeah, I've made some attempts to generate some yeah, stores here don't have cardboard recycling bins outside them. We don't have that here. But yeah, I've tried to like get some side hustles going, like, you know, making resin jewelry and fridge magnets, you know, making pins, you know, making stuff like that, and they've all kind of gone nowhere. I am not apparently a natural salesperson. I don't really have the natural innate skill set to move stuff like that. So those kind of turned into modest money sinks that didn't really achieve anything. Like the gummy bear earrings, I sold quite a few of them in person, but, you know, selling them through Etsy, not a single damn one sold. I think I feel some edge wear. I could be wrong. So here's something that you don't know about me as far as fighting goes. I never got taught properly how to fight. You know, my uncle, he was kind of the guy for that. My dad, He is a very passive person. He is not a fighter. The only time you will see anything out of him at all is when he loses his temper, and you have to work on pushing him to lose his temper for days. And then all you're getting is years of pent-up anger coming out at once. I'm just like him in that regard. But my uncle kind of sensed that I was like smaller and a lot more fragile than most of the other people in school, and that I was a walking abuse sponge because of all the PTSD and shit. So his solution was to show me how to grab a pencil and stab somebody in the neck and break it off, or something like that. So, you know, I'm dealing with getting picked on and all that shit, and you know, the only thing that my brain goes to is like, stab this kid with a pencil and snap it off. And the, you know, the rational part of me is like, that's not the answer here. That is not the answer. So like I got in some fights, a few of them that I couldn't really avoid, and lost pretty badly. But for the most part, you know, I didn't fight. I just left. Like, and the couple of times that I did get ready to fight, you know, because like when I do get ready to fight, that's one thing. You're gonna get one of three versions of me. All right, you're gonna get the broken fight or flight response where I freeze. You're gonna get the one where I bail, and then there's one where, you know, it's just I fight until I'm no longer angry, and you know, that's a fairly safe encounter. Like, nothing too bad's gonna happen. But if the wrong part of the PTSD comes out, then hurting somebody else becomes a game, and I'm trying to see how much I can do and how creative I can get with it. And I have harmed some people doing that one. I don't have enough people into knives to really make money sharpening. But there was one kid, he kept starting fights nonstop, and there hit a point where I was just sick and tired of he had started so many and gotten his ass beat so many times that I got bored. And one day I was wearing a really heavy pair of boots, and I mean really heavy. So like, he starts throwing rocks at me, and I turn around, and he knows what's fixing to happen, so he takes off running, and he charges across a baseball field. But, you know, I'm significantly taller and faster than he is, so I come running up behind him and kick him in the nuts with a running start and pick him up off the ground, you know. But yeah, we have got the cjrb Tigris. I was just mentioning you because I ordered my first O knife. I got the GAR, the GUAR, and I was talking to you guys like, I hope that's not the one that you were planning on hooking me up with, because that would have been a completely wasted purchase. So we're 3 hours, or no, we're just a hair less than 4 hours into this thing, and the edge is held up phenomenally. Yeah, so I had a bunch of Amazon credit pile up from a linked credit card, and I went ahead and ordered that, and shopping with points knocked it down to like 13 bucks. So that should be here tomorrow. But I mean, if you've seen the GAR, you know it's like a fucking 3.78-inch pocket cleaver. Like, there's no way I'm not gonna, you know, skip buying that one if I'm gonna buy an O knife. I found out I do have the O knife Sentry in my on my wish list, so I'll probably get around to that one day. Oh, and I got my other 4 fart guys brought back to life, so we have more of those to pick from. Yes, I did a video on that the yesterday or the day before. That thing did show up. It is not titanium. It is steel. However, it feels like it could be pretty decent. 7CR17. It's on bearings, but the pivot is exceedingly tight. So it's kind of rough action opening, but it's not rough enough to make a big difference. I think it'll be all right. $10 price tag. I think it could pull it off. That MSRP of $29.99 though. Fuck no. Yeah, I feel bad that it didn't end up being titanium. And I'd love to have the patience and drive to develop the skill set for doing those restorations, man. That's always the coolest shit in the world to watch. And as much as I love old, obsolete stuff, like almost anything that's old and obsolete, I'm going to find pretty cool. Those restorations would be a fantastic thing to know how to do. And you also missed it. We had the hander pants here, but they started falling apart. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing that. Now, the factory edge from Kaiser hasn't been as good as I would have liked, but that's not anything a strop can't fix. All right. Yeah. Yeah, so he's saying the Precise V5 is not the king of the pens that you can pick up over the counter or, you know, at retail at most stores. Yeah, but still, like, no, like, you know, I understand. Doing those repairs is just basically taking a puzzle apart and putting it back together. I get that. But there's something with that where my brain doesn't quite latch onto it. You know, like I've done some restoration work on, you know, wrenches from like the 1890s, 1880s to around the 1910s. You know, like this guy right here was just straight up nothing but rust and black gunk on it the whole way around. And I cleaned this thing up and got it looking nice again. Like I can't go in and remove material and make all this stuff look brand new again, but you know, I can get it shiny again and keep some of the history of the tool alive on it. You know, I've done that stuff. And we are attacking Success Boil and Bag Brown Rice because it knows what it did. Oh yeah, I'm feeling some edge wear now. Like it's still cutting good, don't get me wrong, but I'm starting to see some of the edge getting ragged out. Oh yeah, you got a Model T wrench. The Model T wrench is one that I think I might have one. It's been years since I was doing that. I've got like a bag of stuff that I picked up at a Quad State and stuff I bought off of eBay to clean up and make make sound again. But yeah, the Model T wrench has been on my list. Now, the Model T wrenches are notoriously soft and easy to bend, so that's something to know about it. I've fixed up a lot of Stilson pipe wrenches from like the 1880s. But that Ford wrench, unless I am wrong, but I don't think I am, that's the one that came in the toolkit with a Model T Ford. So those are cool little pieces of history, for sure. Yeah, I've never used a wood planer. At some point, I probably need to find a reason to use one. The hand crank drills, no thank you. We have electricity. That's just like running screws into wood by hand. I have done enough of that because I was too poor to buy an electric drill. Not doing that again unless I'm forced to. And then somewhere I've got a Snail brand wrench that a friend of mine's parents brought over from Belgium with them. Oh man, it's always like that though, isn't it? You know, like my uncle was a machinist and he made all kinds of crazy crap, and a lot of it for his own use too. Like he had all kinds of stuff, but I don't think much of what he made is still kicking around. I've got a couple of like miniature knives that he made ages and ages ago, but yeah, a lot of the stuff he made just ain't kicking around no more. My cut went weird. There we go. Yeah, told you, that came in the toolkit with a Ford Model T. All right, let's see where our edge is now. I don't think we're even at the point of what an hour of 8CR13 could take before it started showing the wear. Oh yeah, no, that is some nice stuff. My dad does a lot of wood turning. He's made some furniture, but you know, it's a lot of the kind of, oh, what's the best way to put it? Like Adirondack chairs that are, you know, pretty much you just get some plans online and get your measurements and do all the cutting and all that. It's not fine woodworking, but he makes some really nice shit on the lathe. But yeah, so we have stepped up into our first real edge retention steel, and like I said, I don't think we've even matched an hour on the 8CR as far as the edge wear. Like this isn't even at the point where it feels like we knocked the the finest part of the apex off 8CR. So suffice it to say, I am thoroughly impressed. I don't know. I don't want to keep cutting right now. I think I'm done for the night. This right here has gone totally numb from the pressure on the handle. No, I understand the feeling, dude. I wish I had some photos of my uncle's stuff. There's a photo of some miniature Damascus axes and swords and knives that he made. I know a couple of them, like really small type pattern Damascus, and it had green marble for the handle, and on like 2 or 3 of them, and they're all in a circle around a quarter, I believe. And they were amazing pieces. I wish I had that picture so I could show y'all, but that picture's gone. Oh. Yeah, that does it for me as far as cutting. I am spent. Yeah, that's believable. Like the Model T wrenches aren't expensive, or at least they didn't used to be. Let's see. Let me take a look at eBay. Yeah, like you get one for around 20 bucks, I think. Yeah, so you can still get the Model T wrenches pretty cheap. That's one of the nice things. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's the thing is like we're kind of getting a better and better look at things. Like ACR will get you where you want to go, but AR RPM9 with a good edge on it is so much better. Like I figured we were going to get a little better than D2 or something like that, but I didn't think we were going to get this. You know, this is something we haven't cut tested yet. Punisher, thank you so much for showing up, man. I appreciate it. The stream's not going to last too much longer as it is. But yeah, like testing some S30V or some S35VN, something like that's going to be a ride. I'm pretty sure at the end of 4 hours, we're just going to have basically the same edge we started with. But yeah, I am spectacularly impressed. And let's give it the robot. Like, this one's probably my least favorite of the bunch. Just, like, the farts aren't compelling. But still, these... Okay, there we are. It froze on my end. Yeah, that is insane. Like I know we're still monkeying around. I know we're still monkeying around with kind of low end steels here, and like 8CR being the and D2 being the best that we've done. We're still monkeying around with low end steels here, but still that is some impressive performance. What's up with the zero tolerance S35VN? Is there something I need to know about there? Like the zero tolerance ZTO 350 is still on my list of things I want. Like, when I first started looking at aspirational stuff and stuff that I wanted to get that was, getting more expensive, it was the, I had 3 of them picked out that I really wanted. The Bug Out, I wanted more than the other 2. The Hogue Deca, which I still want, and the zero tolerance ZTO 350. And I'd like to have those in the collection, but the more crap I have coming in, the less I care. But yeah, see, now we can see, or like now I've seen the difference myself between CR series steels, like old 440, D2, and now AR RPM 9. Like I can see what the difference is, now that I've handled it and had, like the kind of work I do and the kind of life I live. I would never, it would take forever to wear down 8CR. Like it would take forever. This is thoroughly impressive. I just wish this one was more comfortable in the hand and more comfortable to carry. That's the only thing. And I don't think I'm going to strop it back up before I do the follow-up video on this. It doesn't need it. But yeah, what's wrong with the ZTS35VN? I want to know. But while we're here, like I'm not an expert on HRCs, but that sounds really low. Like, shouldn't S35VN be around 59, if I'm not mistaken? I am going to try to strop this back up to its factory edge just because I like that a lot while we're talking. But yeah, shouldn't... Yeah, I do want to know how a Deca feels. Like, I do want to know what one's like to carry for a while. That being said, whenever I put it on my list, I think there were about 135 bucks, and the last I checked, the price was getting up way too high for me to be comfortable spending that kind of money on it. Just imagine getting a Rockstead HRC. Jesus Christ, like 63 HRC or whatever it was. Yeah, so I was right there on the money with the S35V, and I'm not even sure how I knew that. Okay, so we're not quite back to where we want to be on that. Discord Junkie 55, what's up, man? You're coming in right at the end of the stream. We took this through 4 hours of smashing cardboard, and the edge is still fantastic. Not 100% what it was, but it's like still 95% of the edge that we started with. That's what it was. It's like I remember their HRC being stupid high, which that kind of makes it a little bit scary to use for something that expensive. Like, I'm sorry, you spend Rockstead money and the first thing you do chips the edge, I would be furious. And also shitting your pants. Yeah, dude, well, the AR RPM 9, this is the first time I've really pushed AR RPM 9. So like I was talking about a second ago, like I've said, 8CR13 will get you anywhere you want to go as far as like a budget steel, unless you're in a hard use environment. But like this D2 did so much better than 8CR, like significantly, and the AR RPM 9 did leagues better. And I didn't know what to expect going into it. I had thoughts. I was thinking maybe it would hold up to 3 hours before the apex really started to wear down, but that apex really wasn't bothered at all. Yeah, the edge should be convexed on those things. Like just mirror polished all the way down, all the way through the convex, like all the things. But yeah, right now I'm just stropping up the gin knife from the last from 2 live streams ago, just because I want the factory edge back or close to it. While we talk and wrap up the live stream, I borked that cut so bad. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Diamond paste on a strop is a miracle worker. So the question here is, what are you guys' thoughts on at some point soon here getting that Walleton that says it's S35VN for 35 bucks and trying that thing out? I don't know if you can really do S35VN for 35 bucks. I'm sure one of y'all knows more than I do about that. But I really want to know how that thing actually does. Yeah, that'll be sometime soon when I can spare 35 bucks. I said I'm curious too. Like I'm really curious. All right, we are getting somewhere with this edge. Yeah, I mean that's the thing I'm curious about. Like I know you guys have said you pay for the heat treatment, but like I don't 100% believe that, because you know you do your heat treatment on a large enough batch of knives, it's going to bring the cost down to where it shouldn't be. The heat treatment alone dictates $150 difference between 2 knives. I don't quite see that. I mean, again, I'm not an expert. I don't know all the things, but that doesn't seem like something that adds up to me. Yeah, and I know machining costs will definitely have an effect. It's just, again, like, at some point there has to be a line. At some point there's got to be a line where you're no longer paying for the heat treatment machining and you're just paying for branding or something, And that's where my expertise runs out. It's like I don't know how much of this is paying for branding and how much of this is paying for, paying your brand tax and how much is actually built-in cost. Oh yeah, and when you're making knives, they tell you to treat the belts like they're free. Bro, you better have some money to do that. yeah, we're gonna wrap up the stream in just a minute here. I'm gonna check this edge out after I've hit the 2.5 micron compound and sit for a second, and then I gotta go. Oh yeah, no doubt. Like, I imagine CR is pretty easy to deal with. That's why it's everywhere, and that's why it's cheap. Oh, this is about back to where it was out of the box. Oh, that is so nice. Like I said, if you've been thinking about getting one of these Jin Captain Knife kits, like, I'm not at the point where I have to do reviews on this anymore, and I'm still telling you, this thing is fantastic. Yeah, I'm curious about that 440C. Like, we did the 440 from 1980 on that buck, on that buck 110. So I'm really curious to see the difference between modern heat treatment and older heat treatment. That's why I keep putting them in the mix for the D20 to pick out. Oh, yeah, she's back. Yeah, that edge is back to where it was out of the box. But very cool. But yeah, in the box here I've got the 440C here on the Ganzo, and I've got the 440 on this Tac Force, which I want to try both of these out. Yeah, and then I got more D2, some Grow D2. I want to see what the Cryo D2 on the SOG Terminus XR does. And what the hell was on this Civivi? It doesn't say. I got the Civivi Cogent right here to try out. And man, I wish this button lock was better. Yeah, I don't have a ton of experience with Ganzo just because, again, like, I don't know whether or not I'm buying a clone when I get a Ganzo, so I just rather not do the whole thing. You know, and I know I'm a little weird about that, but part of that is just the side effect of being in Facebook groups where, you know, like, Ganzo is banned in every single Facebook group I'm in because of cloning. Just even the budget groups that are supposed to be for, you know, cheaper knives, still unilateral ban on Ganzo. There's Ganzo. There's a couple other brands I can't. No Ganzo, no Grow, and there's one other I can't think of right now. Oh, Jesus Christ, you were right about that print being tiny. Holy fuck balls. So the print is right here on the flipper tab, and I promise you I can't begin to even make anything out. I'd have to go check out the listing to see what it is. Sorry, I gotta do this one more time. Yeah, compared to compared to what I just did with the Jin after stropping it, this definitely feels a lot rougher, but it's still holding up really damn well. Oh yeah, like, trust me, I definitely get that. And I mean, you know, one of the things I've said before is it's kind of hard to design a whole new knife, you know, especially keeping the design basic, that doesn't look like a ton of other knives. You know, like, you don't wind up being a blatant clone, but there's only so many different shapes you can really accomplish with a handle that's usable and a blade. You know, you have to do stuff like this to where it's like, you know, it stands out. It's a completely unique design that hasn't been done before, which is where you start getting into the weird stuff and you start getting into weird ergonomics trying to stand out. But you know, it is what it is. Like, sure, there's a lot of ways to do it, but eventually you run out. Yeah, like I'm dead set against counterfeits, and because I don't know everything out there and I do try out no name brands and look at stuff that, you know, isn't getting looked at, I do stumble into clones. Um the Temu stuff, there was some straight up counterfeits there, but I had to let that fly because Temu, the whole point was just seeing what you can get from Temu. But yeah, as soon as that was over, I was like, nope, those guys won't see the light of day again unless I'm entirely sure they aren't clones. And yeah, well, like the Harbor Freight Icon knife, that's a perfect example right there. You know, like I liked the build quality, I liked everything about it, but it's a ripoff of the Beg Knives Mini Glimpse, and you know, it's like I'm not okay with that. Especially not with something that had that much stink on it. But guys, I think we're gonna get one more of these in. Okay, knife 535. Let me take a look at that real quick, and then we're gonna wrap this up. You're not talking about these guys right here, are you? The bug out clones? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I've seen those OK knives quite a few times. Straight up ripoffs. Yeah, this is where we're gonna wrap this up. I need to go lay down and chill for a little bit. Guys, thank you so much for showing up and hanging out. It is time to wrap this up, and there'll be a follow-up video on this tonight or tomorrow morning. So everybody have a fantastic evening. I'm going to go have a fantastic evening, and I will see y'all in the next live stream. I'll let you know when it is in the community post, and we'll go from there. And look for the O-Knife unboxing and first impression video too. But good night, everybody.